All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 6 o'clock, so we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order and get started here. Sarah, when you're ready, ma'am.
Mayor Holland.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Brownlow.
Here.
Commissioner Sanderson.
Here.
Commissioner Sawyer.
Here.
Commissioner Wooten.
Here. Thank you, ma'am. This time I'd like to invite to the podium good friend and resident Mike New to lead us in our invocational prayer. Good evening, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
Bow our head. Dear Lord, thank you again for getting us together and allowing us to try to make wise decisions for our town. We bless the commissioners, hoping that they help us go through this, and bless all the contractors and hoping that we all can get one in an even world. And thank you for everything you have done for us in your blessed name. Amen.
Amen. Thanks, sir. All right, please stand and face our flag for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, this time we will open it up for public comment. If you signed up by the front there, I know we got a big crowd tonight. I don't know if everybody saw the sign-up sheet, but we'll start with the sign-up sheet. When your name is called, please come up to the podium and use the microphone so everybody listening at home can hear. This is for comment on any town business. Doesn't matter what. You'll have 3 minutes. When you reach your 3 minutes, I'll just kind of hold up my trusty flag there. You don't have to stop mid-sentence, but if we would, finish our thought and be respectful to the other speakers, and we'll move forward from there. Sarah, when you're ready, ma'am.
Pamela Fruitiger.
Good evening.
Hello.
There we go.
My name is Pamela Fruitiger. My husband and I own property on Reed Drive. We have been here since 2003. Our permanent residence is Greenville, North Carolina. We love our place here on Emerald Isle. The one thing that has been a negative to this address is the lack of drainage during a heavy rain and, of course, all storms. During the hurricane of September 2018, we had 24 inches of water standing in our front yard. This water did not recede totally for 2 months. The stench from leaking septic systems was so bad we could not be there for more than a few hours at a time. We observed children playing barefoot in the septic field runoff water. Vehicles would speed through the high water to see how high a wake they could make, endangering themselves, homeowners, pedestrians, and property. This area between East Seaview and Sea Oats is the armpit of East Reed Drive. We were constantly seeking help from the town to turn the pumps on to be able to drain the water to the main highway drain. In July of 2020, I gathered 58 signatures for a petition to the town of Emerald Isle regarding flooding and standing water on Reed Drive between East Seaview and Sea Oats. This petition asks for 2 things: safety to residents, property owners, and visitors of Reed Drive. Elimination or control of floodwaters, number 2. On August 13, 2020, I received an email from Matt Zapp in regards to having a sign placed about the danger of walking or playing in standing water. When the sign was placed, the sign only read high water. Nothing about danger. I also received a document prepared by Moffitt and Nickel Engineers for the town of Emerald Isle titled Local Drainage Improvements, East Reed Drive, Cedar Street. This document was issued on August 18, 2020, on August 25. So I'm going to read this quickly. Dear local owners, please allow today's letter to serve as a communication update. Emerald Isle elected officials and staff members are aware of stormwater issues following heavy rain events, which occur along the eastern end of Reed Drive, standing water, low-level flooding, other complication. The town of Emerald Isle desires to perform an overall comprehensive stormwater study for our town. This process can take 12 to 18 months and could cost up to $300,000. In process, to be proactive, Emerald Isle has engaged a professional stormwater engineer, Moffitt and Nickel, to assess this specific area now and bring forward options for improvement. The Reed Drive study should take 30 to 45 days to complete. Future improvements. Any improvements made in your neighborhood will be designed to benefit the town's stormwater system. We will work as quickly as possible. Improvements are expected to occur in the next 12 to 18 months. Communications, for additional information about the town, follow us on the app, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. Kindly, Matt Zapp. This local drainage I got from the engineers talk about how much it was going to cost for them to perform this assessment. I believe it was $8,150. So this was in 2020. It's now 2024. I haven't seen any improvements made. I haven't had any emails that any of this has been done. I haven't been told anything. So I would like something to be done now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ray Register.
Good evening, Ray.
Hi, my name is Ray Register. I live on Deerhorn Dunes. This comment is, I've seen the amendments that have been proposed for amending regulations for stormwater management and control. Regulations are great. In the last 4 years, there's been 4 lots in Deerhorn Dunes that have been improved. 3 new homes, 1 lot, the homeowner decided to come in and just clear all the trees off the land. I know there's guidelines that require certain amount of natural vegetation and trees to remain on the lot. Come in and cutting down trees, bringing in 40 truckloads of material to change the profile of the lot, put the drainage into next door neighbors' yards, force it out into the street. Those things, I don't believe, were part of the spirit of the existing guidelines at the time. You can have all the regulations in the world, but if you don't have the capacity to monitor and enforce these regulations, to stop people when they're not following suit, when the town's resources are used, when a homeowner clears its lot and puts all the trees out in the street and the town debris truck comes by and picks up all that debris and hauls it off, that tells me 2 things. One of 2 things. The town knew about it and didn't stop it, or the town didn't know about it and it shouldn't have happened. Those resources should never have been spent. So my focus here is that I think the emphasis needs to be also on providing enough staff and improving the ability to monitor and enforce the regulations that you have, not worry about creating a whole bunch of new ones. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Scott.
Good evening,
I didn't
Scott.
want to mess it up.
Y'all, this is the first time I've been here and listened, but some things have piqued my interest. First of all, I live on Stewart Avenue, 113. I've been here 30 years. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm not a contractor. I don't make money off of tourists. I don't make money off of development. I made my money elsewhere, but I live here and have for a long time. Went to White Oak Elementary, things like that. I'd like to thank the commissioners first for the open meeting they held with largely representing the public here who lives 365 permanent resident, and heard what we had to say. And I think we came to consensus of understanding about some things. And I'd like to reiterate some of that now for the record, only because I see on the list of agenda items here, all of these things that are about to be discussed or decided upon touch upon one thing that's been recurring on this island since I was a child, and that is development, more and more development. I think we've got about 5,000 permanent residents. I think during the season we pushed 50,000 people on the island, roughly. We got 1 bridge constantly under construction. We've got traffic problems. We have parking problems. We have water problems, water runoff problems. We have septic problems. And all of this has culminated ahead where now we've got Bogue Banks Water, who's trying to service everybody, has come here looking for land in a residential area and potentially to purchase it, and has asked the board at the last meeting to go to the North Carolina legislature on their behalf to see if they can overturn existing covenants which will not allow industrial or commercial construction of that kind within those zoning codes. That's a symptom of the larger problem that we've got, where we may potentially devalue somebody's $2 million home on the beachfront for the sake of garnering some space to build a water tower and/or a reverse osmosis system or something else down the road that's undecided right now. How much time do I have? 1 minute. And so my point is this. I think what we decided was we were going to look at the root cause of things, or this commission was going to look at the root cause of things to determine what we can do to reduce the volume that causes these symptomatic things. And I think, as we have examples of now, the next phase of continued development is tearing down the 2 and 3 bedroom beach homes on the island and putting up the 50-foot mean height out to whatever line you decide, or 10 or 15-foot setback with 10 bedrooms, 36 people advertised to use that space for a rental with 4 parking spaces. And we're increasing the volume of people. So in the last 10 seconds, I think I'll wrap it up by saying I'm hoping that all the decisions we make today will look at mitigating the volume of tourists we have. Yes, we like the low tax base. Got it. That's awesome. But we've created a self-licking ice cream cone. We're at the point of diminishing returns now. And it's not necessarily good for the people, particularly those who have to live through the consequences 365 out here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Karen D.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Yep.
Floyd Messer.
Good evening, Floyd. Floyd, I'm gonna cut you off. Grab, excuse me, grab your mic so folks at home can hear you, sir, please.
Floyd Messer, I live at 106 Edmund Street, been there for 36 years. I'll be very brief, thank you for letting me speak. First thing I'd like to
Jason, I don't think it's on.
is-
Mr. Messer.
On the bottom, sir.
Realize he turned it off.
There it is.
There we go.
Y'all heard the first part, right?
Yes, sir.
First thing I'd like to speak on is this 10-year penny tax. I was on the board when that happened. I don't have a solution to it, but I would like to read you an excerpt from the minutes from 10 years ago. The board should note that the attached resolution is not legally binding on future Board of Commissioners in place when the debt is retired. However, it does communicate a significant policy settlement by the current board that would expect a future board to honor. So I guess the ball's in your court. There's been some heartburn about it. I don't have an answer, but I will leave you with one note on that. I'm not expecting any thank yous or ugly remarks on my part personally, because I voted against it. The vote carried 4-1, and I was the dissenting vote. So I don't have any suggestion for you. I'm out of that. So next thing I'd like to speak on is our turnover in the administrations, primarily in the planning department. It's been suggested by some that we have an administrative problem, and I would argue that point. I think we have a money problem. It's also been suggested that we pay our employees too much, and I'd argue that point. The last 4 people that have left in administrative positions left for more money. 2 of them left for more money and a 4-day work week. And I'm not talking about $1,000, $1,500, $200, $2,000, significant money. 2 of them left for more money and a 4-day work week. One of those 2 left for more money, a 4-day work week, and a vehicle. Thank you. I appreciate you letting me speak to you.
Thanks, sir.
Eric Stonehouse.
Good evening, sir.
Hey, thanks for letting me talk. I want to talk about flood damage prevention, and want to shout out to Matt. Thanks to Matt and Joe and his team. They do an awesome job keeping the pump running. I live on Windward Court at the bottom of the hill, and so we got a couple issues during afternoon thunderstorms, and back in like 2020 when we had a couple big storms that dropped 6 inches of rain back to back, and a couple ideas. So, one of our big issues a lot of us have, there's nowhere for water to go when it runs down the hill. It's especially worse on our street because there's an asphalt ridge on one side of the street, so none of the water gets absorbed. It just gets pumped down in the cul-de-sac and floods us out at times. There's no backup power for the pumps. I think a lot of us have that problem. So if the power goes out, obviously there's nowhere for the water to go. And one idea there is it'd be really nice to have propane power backup generators for those of us in low-lying areas with pumps. For those that live on Seacrest Court, they have a really good solution for the water to go. They have a beach path, and they've dug a drainage ditch and have a wooden boardwalk over that path. That would work really well in a lot of places like Windward Court as well. I know it costs a little money, but just we live in a place with a lot of sand, and sand likes to absorb water. It's not good for our vegetables, but it's great for absorbing water. So that's a good idea. A lot of us could probably use that live near a beach path. And then, obviously for our situation, it'd be great if we could remove that asphalt ridge on the side of the road so that some water can be absorbed into the yards upstream. That was it. Thanks. Thanks for listening to some of our issues and ideas. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Betty Lopes.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Betty Lopes. I live at 2516 Emerald Drive. My husband and I have been fortunate enough to live here in this lovely community for 27 years as full-time residents. We have always tried to stay aware of the happenings in our town. It's important to us. As a result, we have attended town meetings on a very regular basis. And I must say that last month's meeting was a first of a kind in my book. It was the first time I have ever been embarrassed to attend and witness a town meeting. This is no place for innuendos, veiled accusations, and name-calling. A town government is no place for personal attacks. As a citizen of Emerald Isle, I expect and demand a better demeanor at our meetings. I'm sure that tonight's meeting will meet that standard. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jim Brett.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Jim Brett, and my address is 305 Cape Lookout Loop in Emerald Isle. My wife and I have been residents here for approximately 30 years. The first thing I'd like to say is congratulations to our new commissioners and their election to the board. I'd also like to thank the mayor for a job well done so far. And I definitely would like to thank Matt for doing an outstanding job of taking care of our town. It is, I think we're in really good shape in this community. A couple of things I'd like to do. First of all, I'm about the same age as Joe Biden, so I might forget something, but I'll try not to. I'd like to thank, I've been noticing lately that there's a lot of policemen on Coast Guard Road, sitting up in the areas on Coast Guard Road. And I've heard that there was a possibility of reducing the speed limit to 25 miles an hour down Coast Guard Road, which I think is ridiculous. It would take forever almost to get from one end to the other. I have been living here 30 years. I'm up and down that road 3 or 4 times a day, and I don't see any problem with 35 mile an hour speed limit down Coast Guard Road. Sure, during the summertime, some young kids are going to speed, but you can put it at 5 miles an hour, and they're still going to speed. So there's no sense in reducing the speed, in my opinion. That's just something to throw out. Also, there's over 3,000 residents in our community, full-time residents in our community. And we don't need to forget that all of us live here. It's not an individual situation for certain people who should get special treatment at Emerald Isle. And don't believe everything you hear, because it ain't all true. For an example, I have been told that Emerald Isle had 100 cars in its fleet, and I couldn't believe that, so I checked on it, and we only have 60 or 61. So that was not exactly true. I've also heard a comparison of Swansboro to Emerald Isle. Well, Swansboro doesn't have an ocean, and Swansboro doesn't have the kind of traffic that we have during the summertime, and don't have the visitors that we have during the summertime. So there is no comparison. I want you to, as commissioners, to do what is the very best thing you think you can do for Emerald Isle without it being a certain individuals or individual who we do it for. We need to do it for the whole, what you do needs to be based on the whole community and its needs, not just certain ones. Remember the oath that you took when you came to the board, and if you'll do what that oath told you to do, everything will be fine. And also, we're going to be good at Emerald Isle because we got a good place to live. Don't try to fix what ain't broke.
Thanks, sir.
Peter Carey.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm going to touch on a couple of other items, but just very briefly, if I'll include in my one summation.
Yes, sir. If you use that microphone, so everybody home here too, sir. Everybody in the room too. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Peter Carey. I live on Coquina Drive, and I've been a full-time resident here for over 23 years. I'm speaking tonight because of my concerns of what I have been seeing and continue to see as negative changes to Emerald Isle. The areas that concern me are the loss of vegetation, the replacement of smaller homes with large rental mansions, and the consideration to not implement the new stormwater ordinance. Our building ordinance states for residential properties, there shall be a minimum of 35% of total lot area designated as natural area, verified by the town's Dunes Vegetation Protection Inspector. I do not believe this is being enforced. Last year, resident Jeff Ward presented the town commissioners with several pictures of lots that looked like they did not have the 35% undisturbed vegetation, and I do not believe those cases were ever addressed. Since then, I've witnessed several lots either clear-cut or leaving hardly any vegetation. And just 2 weeks ago, my friend on Pinewood asked the developer building a house adjacent to his which trees would stay, and he was told the town said all of them can be cut down. And that's on 2 adjacent lots. I think the town needs to do a better job of monitoring and reprimanding builders who violate these guidelines and ordinances. The fine should be raised from $1,000 to possibly $10,000, and the town should be more transparent to the residents of this enforcement. And does the Dunes and Vegetation Protection Inspector exist? And does he or she have the resources to do their job? To help prevent the replacement of existing vacation homes with mini motels, we should leave in place the new 15-foot setback for oceanfront homes. It would help reduce the size of replacement homes, prevent a catastrophic fire event in case one of them did catch fire on a windy day, and also help with the oceanfront overflow parking problem. Stormwater is a problem and is going to get worse, not better, unless we continue with the design standards recently implemented. The town, we the taxpayers, have already spent millions of dollars to help solve past problems and shouldn't have to pay for future poor design practices. A builder last week quoted the fact that the water table is high in Emerald Isle and we can't do anything about it. I read that thesis. I think it was the same one by ECU in 2013. The conclusion of that thesis stated that, yes, the water table is high, and since it is impractical to mechanically lower it, the town should consider implementing stormwater best management practices on the lots instead, which is a much more conservative approach to reducing runoff. Please do not change any of these codes that you recently implemented. I recommend you keep all these code changes and assign our planning board to do a deep dive to find the best solution to help preserve our vegetation and address the future stormwater issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. All right, that was all on the sign-up sheet. Did we miss anyone, or did anyone in the audience miss the sign-up sheet that would like to speak? Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Did we miss one? I'm sorry.
Patrick Sheldon.
Yes, sir. Floor is yours. Excuse me.
I'm at a disadvantage. I just got new hearing aids a month ago and they broke, and I have two mismatched aids in my ears, so. But my name is Pat Sheldon. I've had a house here a little over 30 years. And I've spoken to folks at the town. In fact, they've met me probably 3 or 4 times about water problems. I live on 120 Sandcastle Drive. I was told every time that I met someone out at my house, they would tell me that they're going to look into it and something will be forthcoming. Well, I think the first time I inquired was probably 12, 15 years ago. And to my knowledge, nothing has been done, but the water keeps stacking up in front of my house. About 8 years ago, I shot an elevation. There's supposed to be a drainage ditch from Sandcastle Drive all the way to Conch Drive. There's a pond over on Conch. I just drove by there on the way here tonight, and the drainage ditch from Conch to, what's the middle one? Sandcastle, what's it? Yes. That ditch has about 6 inches of water in it. It will never get across the road to get to the pond. And when I shot the elevation from Sandcastle Drive, the drop from the front, from the street to the back of that lot was 1 inch. That was a drop in elevation. Now, since that time, someone's come in there and put 2 or 3 feet of dirt and built a house, a 2-car garage, and who knows what all else. And I don't know if he's changed that elevation, but the water stays. And, you know, I don't know. There's 2 lots further down the street that are very high. I believe flood zone lots are very close to the water table. So the remediation that is being used now is really, it's like people putting water in their pocket. how much water can you retain on a lot that is already 5, 6 inches from the water table? You're not going to retain a lot of water. The town has to bite the bullet and get permanent pumps. Don't rent them. Put permanent pumps and pump water. Like I said, there's 2 lots on my street that are closer to the ocean, and their elevation is very high. And if you look from the road, the lots are a good 10, 12 feet straight down, both of them. They're across the street from each other. That would be a place to retain a good bit of water, I would think. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Did we miss anyone else? I see a hand back there. Yes, ma'am.
Could I be permitted to speak? I did not sign up. I didn't think I wanted to at that time.
Yes, ma'am, please.
All right, thank you very much.
You in the green, you're next to. Yes, ma'am. If that's okay.
First of all, my name is Nelda Futrell.
Ms. Future, if you would use that microphone so everybody can hear you.
Well, I'm a former school teacher, so I don't know if I need this or not. Any good?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have spent many joyful years visiting and being at Emerald Isle. We bought the place that we have down here in 1986, which was, my son was a junior in high school. We couldn't travel on our motorhome anymore because he was involved in everything you could think of. So we decided we needed a permanent place that we could go and have some fun. We bought 8508 Reed Drive at that time, and it was a joy to us. The unit that was on there at that time was a single wide that ran street running this way. We ran the long way. So we had a nice big yard. Then we figured that it was time to replace the unit that had been there. So we went through the awesome task of meeting before all of you type managers and people. And after some time, we got the sufficient notices, bills, anything you have to get a unit replaced. And so we replaced ours. Now, when we had the single unit there, we had water all in our front yard, and that was in 1986. Since that time, we have gone through many suggestion and visit, trying to get something done with the swimming pool that was always in the middle of the road in front of our house. When we put the new unit in, we decided that we were going to raise the level of our yard to try to keep water from going to the front steps of our house every time there was a good amount of rain. We were given permission, and we hauled in about 2 feet of dirt over that entire lot to keep the water from coming up to our door. Now, when it rains, after, I think it's been about 20 years we've had that unit now, the water stops at our edge of our street, but we have to, if we want to get out of the street, we still got to drive through water. Now, the town at this time has many, many, many times gone to the edge of our yard that is on the east side and put in pumps to pump water. They've pumped and they've pumped and they've pumped. And every time some of these big rains come, my husband and I ride down to see how high the water is. We live in Jacksonville, North Carolina, at Rock Creek Country Club, if you want to know about that. And so we ride down here to check out the water levels in our street. Thankfully, many, many times we've seen pumps with the hose run up the edge of our lot, over the state fence, back across the walkway where they built, down the street to carry the water away. But then many, many times we have come and found the pumps sitting there, but they weren't running. They were just sitting there being beautiful in that swimming pool. And as someone said earlier, the cars see that little curve there with that water, they hit the accelerator to see just how high they can get that water to go. And they're doing a beautiful job of it. So we want to say that we would appreciate very deeply any consideration that you folks can give to improving our situation. Sometimes the pumps were moved from our property going right on down to the point, and down toward the point where the water always stands. They'd have 4 or 5 down there pumping away. I don't know where the water was going. I didn't see where it was to go. But we want to thank you for the times that you put the pump down there to get the water moving. We would dearly love to come down in a rainstorm and see our street dry. So I beg you, plead with you, any time that you get to spend an extra dime, please put it on Reed Drive, right at the corner of 8508, so we can come down and see a dry street one more time. Thank you very much for your
Thank you, ma'am.
attention.
The hot mic is all yours.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have some pictures. Do you have some pictures? Anna Nelner. I sent some pictures earlier. You were gonna take 3 or 4 of them out. Oh. They haven't. Okay.
We've got them right here.
Yeah, we have.
Oh, is this in reference to the Seascape at 909?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Everybody has a copy. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, what I want to say is that.
You'll hold that mic up so everybody can hear you. It's on. It should be on. Yes, ma'am.
What I want to say is the houses that are being built down Coast Guard Road where I live at 10501 Island Circle, they're not enforcing the rules for bringing in truck after truck after truckload of dirt. And as it turns out, even though there's a pump there at Island Circle, the water still builds up. And there's 2 vacant lots there just down from me that are going to be built on, and they are literally watering holes now. So it's only going to get worse. And on one house on my street, they were told that when they cleared the whole lot to put more trees in to replace the live oaks, they took every one of them down. That has not been done. He has since sold the house, and all the live oaks are gone. And over on Channel, I can see from my house where there was a house already there, and then they built a new one. And then they put retaining walls around the back of their house and up to a curb. And then all the water that they get washes down between the opening and onto across the street from me, and it just floods something terrible. There's nowhere for that water to go but right at us. And I don't know how they're getting away with that, but it's just going to get worse with all the building. And that one house was built, it was a hole before they built on that house. And now it's just putting every bit of the water on us. Nothing's being done. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Item number, that was our last one, I'm correct? All right. Item number 6 would be the adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Commissioner Sanderson made the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion is carried. Don't see any proclamations tonight, so we'll move into our public announcements segment.
Now it is time for the public announcements. Join us on March 15th and 16th for the 31st Emerald Isle St. Patrick's Day Festival at the Emerald Plantation Shopping Center. Join us for rides, live music, arts and crafts, beer garden, and more. On March 19th from 10 to 11 a.m., join the Emerald Isle Police Department for the Police Educating the Public. This event is held in the Town Board Meeting Room. It begins at 10 a.m. and will not exceed 1 hour. The next Golf Cart Advisory Committee meeting is happening on March 19th from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. in the Town Board Room. On March 25th, the next Planning Board meeting will be from 6 to 7 p.m. Join us for the next Coffee with a Cop on March 28th from 9 to 10 a.m. Join your neighbors and the Emerald Isle police officers for coffee and conversation. This event is held in the Town Boardroom. Ocean Rescue Lifeguards will be on the beach strand on March 29th. Towers will be opened by 10:30 a.m. at the Eastern Ocean Regional Access and Western Ocean Regional Access with 2 to 3 patrolling units. The Town of Emerald Isle Administrative Offices and Community Center will be closed on March 29th in observance of Good Friday. On April 1st, you will be able to walk in and apply for your parking passes in person at the Emerald Isle Police Department. The next Neighborhood Watch meeting takes place on April 2nd at 4 p.m. And the next Board of Commissioners meeting is scheduled for April 9th from 6 to 7:30 p.m.
All right, thank you for that. Item number 8 would be the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Commissioner Sanderson has the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion is carried. Item number 9, we have a Crystal Coast TDA, Tourism Development Authority, the disbursement process. We have a presentation from Executive Director Jim Browder. Good evening, sir. Oh, yes, sir. I believe you'll need that. I got you.
Good evening, everybody. And thank you for having me this evening and inviting me over. My name is Jim Browder. I'm the Executive Director of the Crystal Coast Tourism Development Authority. Basically, I was asked to come tonight to kind of give an overview of what our occupancy tax in terms of basically what it is, how it came about, the disbursement process and the decision-making process. And so I put together a little bit of a slideshow to try and summarize it for you. It looks a lot more complicated than it really is, but we'll try and go through it as best we can. So basically, these are the topics I was going to try and cover. Looks a lot bigger than it really is, but the formation of the TDA, what's the occupancy tax, the statutes that we're required to follow, the value of tourism, and then we'll work our way down to the decision process and how the grants and funding are managed. Basically, the TDA was formed under a state statute back in 1989, and it was done at the request of the Carteret County Hotel Motel Association and the County of Carteret Board of Commissioners. Basically, we don't require any state taxes. It's all occupancy tax, and I'll kind of explain that a little bit. We don't collect anything or operate any revenue source other than occupancy tax. And we report to an independent board of directors. A couple of them are here this evening, Julia Wax and Kyle Lagos, both from here on Emerald Isle. And we appreciate everything that they do for us, the phenomenal board that we have. And our board's assigned by, it's required to have 6 occupancy tax collectors on the board. We get 2 recommendations from the Realtors Association, 2 from the Hotel Motel Association or Hospitality Association, and 2 from the Chamber of Commerce. We have 1 county commissioner, 1 mayor, and an at-large position. Now, occupancy tax is 6%, and it's equally distributed between the TDA and the Beach Commission. The tax is basically charged when you rent a house. So unless the local is renting a house, the locals don't pay any of the occupancy tax. It's all paid by visitors. The tax is only collected by the lodging industry. No other business collects the tax. There's no restaurants, retail, or any other business. It's only a lodging tax. It's almost exclusively paid by tourists, and like I said, I say that because it's very difficult sometimes to juggle, because sometimes the homeowner will use the house themselves, and then sometimes they'll have a visitor in it, so the homeowner themselves the tax only when they have a visitor in there. And it's very unique in comparison to a normal tax. So I'll kind of put it in perspective for you. If you go rent a hotel room somewhere at, let's say, $350 a night, they put a state tax and an occupancy tax on top of it, you're really paying $400. And so when a consumer buys that room for $400, they think the room's $400. They don't start backing tax out. So the price value of that tax, or that room, is now $400. The lodging partner who has to serve to that level does not get to use the tax to help fill any voids. They have to reach in their own pocket to make up any difference or any perception the guest has. If a town or a county were to collect, let's say, a personal property tax and use it for trash collection, if there was a problem, they get to use the tax to fix the problem. So this puts quite a burden on the lodging partners. The reason I say that is because this tax was created voluntarily by the lodging partners originally. It wasn't imposed. It was actually a voluntary basis. So we operate under state statute, and I'm going to trust my eyes here, but you see on here it says, and I highlighted the area, it's to be used to promote travel and tourism. The second part of the tax, beach nourishment, is pretty clear. It's for beach nourishment on Bogue banks. And under the beach nourishment, it basically covers the shoreline of the Atlantic Ocean only and the connecting inlets. But for all intents and purposes, it runs from the circle, which I found out today, on Atlantic Beach, down basically to the point. So that's the only portion that gets covered under the Beach Commission tax. Tour and travel, in terms of the tax we operate with, it's to advertise or market an area or activity. And these are coming straight out of the state statutes. That's why we build everything around what we do around these statutes. And it's designed to increase the use of lodging facilities, meeting facilities, or convention facilities in the county, or to attract tourists and business travelers to a county. So it's very specific on how we're supposed to use this money. Our mission statement, it's kind of long, I won't go through the whole thing. I highlighted just one section here, but you can see the core of the business mission statement is basically supporting what I just read to you in the state statute. It's basically to promote the area as a travel experience, a major destination. The values of tourism, and this is what a lot of people don't realize, in a tourism-centric economy, and we do a lot of comparisons of counties that have a tourist component and some that don't have a tourist component, and there's a significant difference in how much money is collected, not only in occupancy tax, personal property tax, and sales tax. But so tourism has a huge impact on our particular area. Basically, the social amenities that you would experience, and I use this in an example I used in Beaufort one time. They were talking about how many tourists they have in Beaufort. And I said, well, if you took the population of Beaufort, anywhere inland, which did not have a tourist component to it, they would have 2 restaurants and 1 retail store. All of the other amenities there, the museum and all the other things, are there because of tourism. So while tourists, yes, can be a pain for, especially in the summer months, you get to enjoy those benefits on a year-round basis. So there's quite a benefit to that. It also increases the property tax, which also gets passed through to our local governments can use that to help the area. Second home ownership creates rental incomes. It creates real estate sales. That helps the construction industry. And it also creates direct employment in the tourism business, but also an indirect component of that is people buy groceries, they buy gas, they visit the retail store. So all those sales taxes start multiplying. So tourism matters. This is, when we build this, and you'll see why we make these decisions, this is basically our scorecard with the state. Fortunately, in 2022, Carteret County moved from number 12 to number 11 among the 100 counties in the most generation of tourism-related economic impact. And that's saying a lot because, I don't know if you know this, North Carolina is the number 4 state in the United States for tourism. So to be the number 4 state and be the number 11 destination, I think we've done quite a lot here that with the help of everybody. It's $695 million in economic impact, just tourism-related business. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say the TDA generated $695 million. That absolutely is not fair. That was done by the entrepreneurs that came here originally and built hotels and attractions and things of that nature, the residents who've embraced the citizens who keep returning every year. So our job is to kind of build these numbers every year. So our job isn't to say, hey, we created this. That credit goes to someone else. Our job is to try and grow these numbers every year. It's $135 million in labor income, 3,700 employees in the hospitality business, and that's direct hospitality business, not indirect. There are 1 in 10 residents work in the tourism business here in the county. $21 million is generated in state tax, $28.2 million in local tax, and the savings equates to $717 per resident in the county that they wouldn't have to pay if tourism wasn't helping a little bit. So Now, our responsibilities, there's a lot of arms on this, and this could go on forever if I tried to explain all of these, so I won't. But basically, we obviously are responsible for marketing promotion. We have tourism event support, which I'm going to explain in a little bit. We have a public relations arm up in New York. We have visitor services with 2 visitor centers. Obviously, advocacy in terms of tourism matters, and these numbers is important, and we do a lot of research for the area that's shared. Decision makers. As I mentioned, we have 9 board members. The dark green area just represents the state legislature that set us up. Those entities that I said recommend our board members, like the Realtors Association, those are recommendations. The county commission appoints our board. So, and then on the board itself, these are the names of the individuals on the board. Kyle in the back of the room is our chairman this year, so thank you for being here today. And of course, that little button in the middle is our staff. Basically, that's the primary decision-making body. We have subcommittees, an administrative committee, marketing committee, finance committee, and an event funding committee. Those are made up of 4 board members each. So when we get into a lot of our processes and procedures, those committees are put together to help us guide and provide recommendations to the full board, and then the full board decides whether to approve them or not. So almost everything we do is approved by a committee or a board. This slide here, you notice I faded out 3 of the positions. The other 6 all are representatives of our Emerald Isle. Whether a resident, whether a business owner, or business owner and resident, but 66% of the board has a Emerald Isle tie to it. So I'm going to go into the funding because that's one of the primary reasons we're here. We have 2 major funds, Tourism Enhancement Grant and the event funding. And we have a general set of rules that these rules have been around for a while that apply to both funds. Basically, that they must provide a mutual benefit to the TDA as well as to the event itself or to the organization. Has to include marketing strategies to increase overnight visits to the Crystal Coast. When we say overnight visitors, I think you saw back up in the state statute that that's what they ask us to do, is to try and support lodging. It's not that we don't like what we call day trippers, the people that drive in and out of New Bern and leave again. It's just to drive the most economic impact to the county is to get an overnight stay. Those are the ones that buy gas, they buy the groceries, they eat out, they pay lodging, and so forth and so on. So that's how we make the biggest impact, is to focus on the overnight visits. And to kind of address something that was kind of brought up a little earlier, we're very unique, or our structure is very unique in that we don't push advertising very hard at all in the summer months. Because if you look at all of the 11 communities, we look at it from a standpoint of they all have their unique sense of place. If we build business on the shoulder months and into the off seasons, it doesn't affect the infrastructure. You don't have to build another hotel. You don't have to build another restaurant. It spreads it to the point that people can employ people longer. The owners of those businesses can make more money throughout the year without having to build another building or expand. So we don't try to push July. We have a core budget, very small, that does on a year-round, that's more of a brand awareness, but then all of our advertising is focused outside of the summer months. So let's see, anything I missed on those rules? Organizations awarded in one fund are not eligible for the other fund. Awarded funds cannot be used during peak summer periods, and funds cannot be used for charitable payouts of any kind. Keep in mind, this is a tax. You're not allowed to use tax dollars to go to a charity. And the amount of the award funds include a variable based on the commitment of a primary location applicants to advertise outside of the immediate area. So when we present these funds or awards to somebody, their expectation is to advertise outside of these 5 counties, because those people will drive in. We're trying to get the overnight stays. So these are kind of a breakdown of the 2 separate funds. In general, the Tourism Enhancement Grant Fund is basically to support nonprofits that have multiple events. So think of it like the Beaufort Historic Site has events throughout the year. The Seafood Festival has 4 events a year. So those monies go to those nonprofits to help them throughout the year. And it's a reimbursement process. They have to go spend the money and then apply for us for reimbursement. And those are all tied to advertising dollars. Again, they have to stay outside the county in terms of advertising. So that's one of the primary funds that we have. we don't reimburse any of the funds that are spent in the summer months. So to reiterate what I said earlier, the event funding program is like a Kickstarter program. We will award funds to an event based on, they'll put together a kind of a mini business plan, an application for us, and we'll determine up to a maximum of $20,000 how much we will give them. We do expect a percentage of that money to be spent on advertising. The intent was they've got the event, it's working, we give them some Kickstarter money, they can grow the event, they can grow it because they advertise, so we only ask them to spend a little bit of the money on advertising, the rest of it can be spent on operations. Thought is, if we're asking them to bring the people here, they have to serve them. So we're not asking for 100% of the dollars to be spent on advertising, but there is a component that they have to spend it on advertising. That diminishes 25% a year. After 4 years, we're out of that event business. The intent for two reasons. One, we don't want to be in the event business. And number two is we want to use the money to help another event grow. We have two extension programs, we call it. One is called Legacy Events. Basically, this was introduced late last year by our board. And basically, there's just a very few number of them that we're looking at right now. But the event has to be in effect 20 years or more, or up to 20 years. And there's a lot of other criteria that go along with it that's on this list. The intent behind that was if you take Newport, who has the Pig Fest Cooking Festival, okay? It's basically their only festival. So if we went through the diminishing funds, they would be completely out of the event business from our perspective. So we're trying to look at events like that where we can protect them a little bit and not, so they basically have to follow the program that they're already in, but we eliminate the 25% reduction. The booster event funding, that's new this year. It's only been used once so far. That's when a major event does a major expansion or some sort of a growth component. It was used with the Mardi Gras event in Beaufort. They went from basically a half-day event to 2.5-day event. We gave them $10,000 to do that, and basically 100% of the money had to be spent on advertising. So they had to follow all the rules of the program money they already got, but then we gave them a little bit of a booster tied to that. So let's see. Now, here, unfortunately, as this starts out, while in the minority, we have a lot of people who challenge these programs in ways that we prefer they didn't challenge, but it causes us to have to address the rules each year. The primary rules don't get changed, but the procedures typically do. We are audited every year under state guidelines, so we have to go to people, we have to go and say, are these funds being spent in the spirit of what the general statute said we were supposed to spend them? If we can't prove that, we have to go change the rules to make sure that it's being done properly. And unfortunately, some people don't quite do it the way they should do it. So we have to tweak those every year. And then conversely, successful events, you know, when they do it the right way and they positively impact, you know, we have the opportunity to enhance their programs. And so I'll explain to you what we're going to do, we're working on now. Here's some of the challenges we run across. And we come up with procedural changes to do it. Applicants using third parties on the applicants to avoid the rules against double dipping, failing to use the funds as presented in the application, not fulfilling the commitment used for advertising, submissions of post-event reports that are cut and pasted from the prior year with minor changes misrepresenting the impact, failing to submit applications by the deadlines in the program, significantly reducing the timelines for effective advertising. And recently we had one failing to secure the venue space before they submitted the application. They got the money and then they don't have the space and now they have to return all the money. So unfortunately, so we have the event funding committee. We go through and with examples of all these things and how they happen, and then we start tweaking the programs to make sure that we can make sure it doesn't happen again and we don't have to face the auditor and say, hey, we weren't respectful of your money. Opportunities. Here's what one of the things, well, on one side we're trying to fix this, on the other side of the coin we're trying to say how do you make it better. Tourism Enhancement Grant, the board just voted this morning, and this is actually written as if it wasn't approved yet because we just had the board meeting today. But we're going to increase the Tourism Enhancement Grant funding from $200,000 to $250,000. So each group will have the opportunity to go to $25,000 per group instead of 20. The event funding, we're doing something similar. We're increasing the budget from $200,000 to $250,000, but the additional $50,000, we're looking at hiring a small ad agency that can help the events with their advertising in terms of placement, understanding, and so forth and so on. If that event, let's just say if we gave somebody $10,000, they have to use $4,000 of it on advertising, $6,000 on the event. The $4,000, if they work with the ad agency that we send them to, we will match it with another $2,000. And we will pay all the production fees and all the fees for the ad agency. Okay, so the intent is to help people get better at what they do and help their events grow. And so I thought that was very generous on our board to do that. My unfortunate, I was trying to find the ad agency, but we'll figure that part out later. So basically, that's how the programs work. You can see how the money's dispersed and how those decisions are made. I hope that answers most of the questions. If we have any questions, I'll be happy to address them.
Thank you, Jim. We appreciate that presentation. Any questions from the board?
I do have a question.
Sure.
So what is our legacy event now?
Right now, it's the Pig Festival.
Here?
Oh, here we don't have one yet.
Don't have it.
Well, it was agreed by the board that we could do this St. Patrick's Day Festival. There was an internal decision to say we didn't need the money for the St. Patrick's Day Festival. They wanted it for the Beach Music Festival, but the Beach Music Festival doesn't meet the qualifications, so the money kind of just sat there because it's an application process tied to it. We still have to come back and sign for that money, so.
Thank you.
So instead of 20,000, they got 15,000 this year, but they are eligible to get back up to 20,000.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I have a question about the split between tourism and beach nourishment
Yes, sir.
funding. Where's that split come from, and how often does that get addressed or revisited? Between 50% tourism, 50%?
It actually was, I don't know the year that it came about. Basically, because we had the summary conversation we had with the Beach Commission, because it was a little confusing to them at one point, but the funds are actually, or the Beach Commission was created under the state statute for the TDA. So the short answer would be, first of all, if the Beach Commission didn't exist, TDA gets the full 6%. If the TDA doesn't exist, nobody gets anything. So we have a seat on the TDA board. Now, the split is written in the state statute now. It used to be used towards the convention center, so somewhere along the ways, they split it. It was capped at $30 million collectively. Our board just voted a month or so ago, 2 months ago, to raise it to $60 million. So our intent isn't to get that money, it's to keep the beach nourishment program going strong.
All right, thank you.
Does that answer the question?
But the TDA decides that split? Or is
No.
it still written in the legislation?
It's written in the legislature.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it only reverts back to the TDA if the Beach Commission were to go away,
Gotcha.
or somebody changes the legislation.
Thanks, sir.
Are the grants only for events?
Basically, yes. The exception would be is within the event funding program, we have what we call a convention and group component to it. It fits within that same budget. I'll give you a good example. We go to a lot of trade shows. A trade show that I went to multiple years called the Religious Conference Management Association. We just were able to secure them with an incentive of paying half their fees at the Civic Center of $10,000, which will come out of that. In return, what they need is 200 to 250 rooms for 8 nights. And they prefer vacation rentals because they're here for such a long period of time. So that incentive helps us bring groups in sometimes. But that money is controlled directly out of our office. I will write the check to the Civic Center on behalf of the group.
I would say one idea, that Emerald Isle being a beach town, our overnight stay guests use all these walkways that we use to get on and off this beautiful beach that's here, and this is true all the way up to Atlantic Beach. So anything you all could do to help provide that access to our primary asset would probably be a great boon to your goal of promoting overnight stays.
Unfortunately, we're not allowed to build anything. We can only use it for marketing and advertising. The way the statutes are set up, and they vary throughout the state, Most TDAs, they get the 6%, they have what they call a 1/3, 2/3 rule. Whereas of the 6%, 2% of it is allowed for development, and the other 4% is required to be used for advertising and marketing. We don't have that rule because we have the Beach Commission. We do 3% and 3%. So the Beach Commission is our development money. So ours is exclusively for marketing and advertising. That's why we can't really get into building anything.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to say, thank you for, the fishing tournament. We're out now. We've done our 4 years, on it, but it's, because
You're a model of how it should work.
it worked really good for us, and we did the 25% slide down, but that's how the Emerald Isle Fishing Tournament became the Emerald Isle Fishing Tournament. So thank you for what you did for us. It worked out good here, and we're standing on our own 2 feet now. So I want to say the program does work, and it works very well, just following the steps along the way. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Any other questions?
Thank you, sir.
Very much.
We appreciate you. All right, item number 10 is in regards to UDO text amendment, section 5.1, density, intensity, dimensional table, reverting the amendment adopted on January 10, 2023, that increased the side yard setback requirements for ocean properties, to discuss moving it back to 10 feet. So I believe we have Chris Seaberg is going to give us a brief recap of where we are before we open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, in January 2023, the Emerald Isle Board of Commissioners adopted, as part of Unified Development or Ordinance updates, a requirement that all oceanfront properties must comply with the 15-foot side yard setback, irregardless as far as the date it was recorded. The Emerald Isle Board of Commissioners, during the February 13, 2024 regular meeting, did approve a motion requesting the planning board take a look at section 5.1, which is specifically for that setback rule, to see if the oceanfront side yard setback should revert back to the 10-foot for anything recorded June 11th, 1977 or before. So the planning board at their regular scheduled meeting on February 26th did review that recommendation by this board and did review the code as a whole, received some public comments, and did unanimously approve a motion to revert that side yard setback to the 10-foot specifically for lots recorded June 11th, 1977 or before. So you have a copy of resolution of consistency if you were to consider this change. And I am open if there are any questions.
Thanks, sir. Any
Make a
questions?
motion to go into a public hearing?
All right, but let me, before we ask, does the board have any questions for Mr. Seaberg while he's up there on this particular matter?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanderson made a motion to go into public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Ready when you are.
Richard Smith.
Okay, no one else for public hearing on the side. Mr. Farrington, how you doing, Billy?
How you doing? I'm Billy Farrington. I live at 8108 Sound Drive. I'm a builder. And the builders, we've looked into a lot of these changes, and I talked to the head building inspector for the county, Chris Jones, and he said that the fire rules, there's not any rules all the way down to 3 feet of separation. That would be 3 feet on each lot. So even if you were at 5 foot or 10 foot, there's not any rules. The rules come down from the state. So we think that we just leave it where it is. He said that if you have a fire, like a 20 or 30 mile an hour wind, the houses could be 50 foot apart, and it's probably still going to burn the next house. So the rule has been this way since a lot of the people who bought the oceanfront lots. And We think it needs to stay that way. When you buy a piece of property, you need to really read the covenants. The covenants gives you all the setbacks on all these lots that you purchase in Emerald Isle. And people who bought these lots back in the 60s, they expect to be able to build on them. They want to build on them in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, right on up to 2050. Their kids want to build these houses. And what we think the town did was just go in and kind of made a land grab of 10 feet off of every piece of property on the oceanfront that this ordinance affected. And it's a lot of them. It's probably about 80% of the oceanfront lots. Also, what the town didn't take into consideration is 70% of the lots on Emerald Isle are 10-foot setbacks. So not just on the oceanfront, but all the way through to the soundfront. So what are they going to do next? They're going to go and take and change all the 70% of the lots to 10-foot, 15-foot setbacks on the sound side, all the way through the whole island. I mean, they didn't think about it. And we think that it needs to stay, revert it back to 10 feet, and that would be fair to all concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. Anybody else on this particular matter? Yes, sir. So if you would use that mic so we can all hear you, I'm sorry. Thank you.
We weren't building houses to 50 feet high. Okay, so we were building 2-story beach cottages. You had some offset. Thank you. So we had some offset. Hello, there we go.
Thank you.
And so now, in my particular situation, we go to the 10-foot setback. I've got a guy who bulldozed his house completely down adjacent to mine, clear cut every tree, took the dune that was in the back, pushed it forward, and raised his lot another 3 feet, which already six feet higher than mine, right? And then he built 50 feet tall and put what's considered maybe a 4th story, but it's not really. It's just 3 stories with a bump up into that 50-foot high zone. Now, I don't care about fire codes so much where I am, tucked away the way I am, but the hurricanes come along, and they take that top layer off, slicker and cat poop on a linoleum floor, and it's going to land on top of my house. And so I'm worried about wind damage, storm damage, and then the height that we're building. So not to say that we can't get the offset back to where it was necessarily, but one idea would be to control the height at the planning board of what we're allowed to build up to and or the volume of home so that we kind of mitigate what we're intending to do. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. It takes a second once you switch.
The code is 40 foot is your height, mean height of your roof. It's not 50 foot, okay? And when you buy a lot in Emerald Isle, you buy a lot in a subdivision that was platted, okay? There's covenants to that subdivision. And people were saying that people were building real large houses on the ocean front and stuff like that. They're building what they bought on the covenants when they purchased the property. So that's what we need to go by. You don't want to go back and take people's property from them. When you change a 10-foot setback to 15 foot, that takes all those oceanfront houses out of compliance. So if there was a fire, if there was a hurricane, they get destroyed more than 50%. When they build their house back, they have to build it back 10 foot smaller. That's not fair to them. That's not what they purchased in the beginning. Thank you.
All right. Before we go into discussion from the board, we'll need a motion to come out of public hearing. I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion to come out of public hearing.
All right. Commissioner Taylor has that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Motion carried. The public hearing is over for that particular matter. I'll turn it over to the board for discussion.
Or a motion, either one.
I'll just say that
looking at this, my questions were to the staff, like, how many houses did this impact? Or when I say impact, how many became non-conforming as a result of the ordinance change? And even though the town might have followed the general statute procedures for notification, I was wondering if the individual property owners whose property this was going to affect, whose structures were going to be deemed non-conforming, if they were individually notified about this change and how did they feel about it? And I was told they were not notified individually, but the hearings were posted. There was, the general procedures were followed. And because what I'm concerned about is that if someone is not aware of that and they go to refinance, they're not going to be able to get a loan because their structure is now non-conforming. That's pretty significant. And if it was my house and I found out that, maybe I don't keep up with town stuff all the time, and I found out later by chance, because maybe I went to the bank or I had my house appraised that it's no longer conforming, I think I'd be a little concerned. So, and if more than the majority of the people whose properties were impacted by this came and told me they have no problem with it, then that's fine. Then I'm going to go with them, with the majority of those people. But I haven't heard a whole lot of support for it from some people who were affected by it. So that's just where I'm at right now with that.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else? All right, on your agenda packet, there are two potential motions, obviously, so I'll leave it to the board for a motion, one way or the other.
I make a motion to approve the amendment of section 5.1 of the Unified Development Ordinance as recommended by the planning board.
Commissioner Sanderson has that. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion is carried. Thank you. Next would be item number 11. Give me a second to catch up here. Flood damage prevention. Let's see here. On January 17th, 24, we're notified of changes to our flood damage prevention section of the UDO. And we'll have Mr. Seaberg back up. There he is. Sorry, I was reading through my readers. Your floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, as the mayor stated, we did receive word on January 17, 2024, that our flood damage prevention section of the Unified Development Ordinance to meet the minimum standards community rating system freeboard need to be changed. This review is part of our 5-year verification cycle. The town currently is rated as a Class 7, so that translates into a 15% premium discount in your flood insurance policies. We have been informed by VRISC, which is the FEMA CRS consultant that they have hired for our particular review, that not adopting these changes could result in a class reduction to a level of 9, which is a 5% discount. So that's also 10% in premium savings. Specific section amendments include to section 6.2.4, subsection 1, subsection D, 6.2.4, 2CI and I2, 6.2.47, subsection I of the Unified Development Ordinance. During a regular meeting of the Planning Board on February 26th, the Emerald Isle Planning Board unanimously approved these motions and recommend the Board of Commissioners approve these changes and recommend the Board of Commissioners amend sections previously stated. And the only adjustment that they did make is adding an increase for manufactured homes from a 1-foot freeboard to a 2-foot freeboard. So that is what is before you. You've got a copy of my memorandum. You've got a copy of the code with the changes shown in red, along with FEMA's provided the community rating system class 8 freeboard prerequisite for review. Also, you do have a resolution of consistency for consideration. That's all I have unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions from the board for Mr. Seaberg on this matter?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So just to make sure I understand correctly, if we don't approve this, just simple, we go from 15% discount to a 5% discount? Is that?
That's what
and
they're
and
estimating.
And that's town-wide. It's not if you're in a modular home or a stick-built home. It'll be whatever, it's all across the board. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That class rating affects all flood insurance policies within the corporate limits of Emerald Isle.
So that's everybody in Emerald Isle.
That is
Doesn't matter
correct.
if your house is
If they have
stick-built
a
or
flood insurance
modular. Okay,
policy.
very good.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Chris?
I'd like to give kudos to the staff for working on this community rating system flood ordinance, because that's it's with the cost of everything else going up, especially we heard recently about our coastal insurance. It's nice to see that we're going to be getting some kind of discount as a result of some efforts that the town and the staff's working on to achieve for us. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir.
That's a huge savings.
Thank you. All right, if there's no more questions, I'll ask for a motion to go into public hearing regarding this particular matter.
Make a motion to go into public hearing.
Commissioner Sawyer has made the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion is carried. Anyone in our audience tonight like to speak on this matter?
I've got a sign-up sheet.
I'm sorry?
I've got a sign-up sheet. Karen D.
Okay. The build-up. Thank you, ma'am. If there's no one else, I'll ask for a motion to come out of public hearing.
No, there's more.
Oh, there is. I'm sorry.
Eric Stonehouse.
Oh, you're good.
And then Anne Marie Neltner. I think she.
Good? Okay.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
All right, motion's on the floor by Commissioner Sanderson. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, public hearing is done, and for this matter, and we'll turn it back over to the board for discussion and an eventual motion, one way or the other.
I personally think this is a win-win for everybody in Emerald Isle, and it's a safe, it's just makes the house a little bit stronger and stuff, so, I have nothing to say, but I'm for this.
Yeah, I would add, I went to the February 26th Planning Board meeting and learned a lot about all three of these topics, so I appreciate everything the Planning Board's doing, as well as the staff, to pull all this together and inform it. I think we're making some great choices and progress, and y'all do a great job laying this out for us, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? I'll ask the board for a motion, one way or the other.
Motion to approve the flood damage prevention ordinance as recommended by the planning board and by the town staff.
Commissioner Brownlow with the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion is carried. Thank you. All right, item number.
Thanks, Chris.
12, yes, sir. Yeah, he's not going anywhere. He's man of the hour at night. Item number 12 would be the UDO text amendment, section 6.3, stormwater management. The amendment to exclude the requirement for professionally drafted plans. So, Chris, once again, the floor is yours for a recap and an update.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. So very similar to the Oceanside yard setbacks, this was another change in the code that was adopted by this board on January 2023. It was a rewrite of portions of our stormwater management code, and as a result, it required small residential properties to be engineered for stormwater management, plus it required a town hired engineer to review what was presented to ensure compliance. This board did, during your February 13th, 2024 regular meeting, unanimously approve a motion requesting the planning board take a look at the stormwater management section of Unified Development Ordinance. And they did so during their February 26th meeting. The planning board, during that meeting on February 26th, unanimously approved a motion recommending the Board of Commissioners consider reverting the code back to the January 2022 level, which after review of that, it really reverts back to that January 23 change that was adopted by the board. So they've made that recommendation to this board. What I have before you is a copy of the changes that were made in January 2023. You'll see blue as additional information. You'll see various red and green or strike throughs for those that were proposed to be deleted. I think some of those deletions and additions were cleaning up the code, but if the focus is specifically on the small area projects and engineering function, that's where in the recommendation drafted is, if that is the case, that we can change that by reducing those two items. What you have also is the resolution consistency, and I am open if there are any questions.
Thank you, Chris. All right, I'll turn it back over to the board for questions for Mr. Seberg.
Mr. Seberg, does the town have the opportunity at 2 points? I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. Don't we have to relinquish to the county that the contractor, after we've inspected, can receive his building permit? At some point, don't we have to approve?
Yes.
That the building permit, is
So
that, what are we checking for then?
So we, various code compliance, so if they're in the floodplain, we got to ensure that it meets our flood damage prevention code. If, well, there's also the dunes and vegetation, so that goes into the 35% natural area requirement that was previously discussed in this meeting. If it's within CAMA setback areas or AECs, or area environmental concerns, we have CAMA rules and regulations we have to make sure are adhered to. We have our zoning code compliance, and then of course, this, the stormwater regs.
Right. And then before they receive the CO, we have to do the same thing, go out and make sure that they pretty much honored everything, correct?
We do site visits periodically through the process. Most are mandated by code. And it's just a correspondence back and forth with whoever the contractor applicant is for that particular project.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions from Chris?
Do these changes that's in our agenda package, are these the changes from the Emerald Isle's original stormwater ordinance before the big overhaul change? Or does it just take it back and not requiring the second level of engineering?
So these are, if you go with, the planning board had their recommendation to go back to January 2022. So the only change to the stormwater code between January 2022 and present is those changes that this board adopted in January 23. So that's that larger document you have before you. So if you go with the planning board's recommendation, you're just reverting it back to that, which is specifically on the small residential stormwater management side. So that is by code anywhere from 500 square feet of land disturbance to 9,999 square feet. Then 10,000 square feet or higher is your large residential developments.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Chris?
Mayor, can we clarify one thing?
Yes, sir.
So for Commissioner Brownlow, to go back to January 2022 would revert us to no longer having the $500 fee, correct? No longer having a secured stormwater plan stamped by an engineer on the applicant side, nor would it require the town then, without that mechanism, to have anybody inspected on the receiving side. So it would then default back to staff. That's what was in place in January 2022. So it was no engineered stormwater plan, either by an engineer stamped PE or architectural landscape that is certified. That application currently comes to town. The staff then shares that with our third-party engineer, who's Mr. Larry Sneeden. He approves and or makes edits and adjustments. And we're currently turning that around in a 7 to 10 day window now with the current engineer, is that correct?
That is correct.
So what we're talking about is if we revert back to 2022, we're going back to a 2-inch design storm that can be provided by any builder, contractor, applicant, homeowner, and then the town staff would have to verify if that meets the current requirements that were in place in January 2022.
Thanks.
And does that, did the original ordinance allow the planning director at their discretion to require an engineered stormwater plan?
I did not see anything that gave that option to the planning.
You know the answer to
director.
that question, Matt? You don't know, okay.
Only, you had to have an engineered plan if you added more than 2 foot of fill.
Okay.
2 foot, Billy, or greater than 2 foot?
It's greater than 2 foot.
Greater, thank you.
Unnatural fill. If you were just using fill that was on the lot, and you used the natural fill, you did not have to get an engineered plan. But if you were bringing in more than 2 foot of fill, you had to get it engineered.
Chris, I have a question. So if, we're talking about X lots right now, but if it was an X lot with I know there's different areas of X shaded, how does this affect if it's a combo lot where it's got an X on one and then and half the lot is, maybe it's a different type of, rating or something on that lot? Would that still fall in this needing to have it? I think X shaded is worse than X, is that correct?
Yeah, but what's before you really doesn't take in consideration the flood zone designation by FEMA. This is just general development on the lot and what you do with the 2 inches of rainfall that accumulate that first 2 inches.
Now, it's my understanding that, and I was at that planning board meeting, and the discussion was to just, they're not doing away with any stormwater at all. They're just reverting back to the original rules. And I heard tonight a common theme running throughout the public comments that we don't need more rules, we just need to enforce the ones we got. And I built houses years ago, I was a builder in Emerald Isle, and I built houses according to that stormwater rule, and it was working, it was effective. We've had drainage problems before then, we've had drainage problems now. Since the new rule has been implemented, I've been on 2 sites as the town commissioner, and they were disasters out there. So, I mean, I couldn't tell that the rule, there was an improvement in any of the rules, and that might be just the nature of the beast of a barrier island. I mean, the report, there was a ECU report done by a geologist back in, was it 2013? And what he said in that report is that the water table is so high on the barrier island as a result of development, impervious coverage, removal of vegetation, soil compaction, septic systems, lawn irrigation, that the aquifer is full. It's actually full, and it can't hold anymore. The new stormwater ordinance requires us to stuff that water back in subsurface. And again, all that's doing is actually it's exasperating the problem almost to a point, unless you're in one of those higher ridges. But if you're in the trough of the island, if you notice it has relic prehistoric dunes, up and down terrain. And if you're in one of those trough areas, there's a clay lens underneath the roads, the houses, the forest, everywhere, and the water has nowhere to go. The water table's literally 6 inches to a foot below that surface, according to this engineer's report and according to LiDAR images that's we use in current technology. And so with that, the geologist recommended surface treatment of stormwater using native-based vegetation, bioretention, spread drainage systems, sand filter systems. In other words, surface application in storage basins. And so when I heard at the planning board discussion, it was like to take it back to this original ordinance just so we can remove the burdensome and cumbersome expense and time and redundant engineering, double engineering, having an engineer and then have another engineer look at that engineer's plans. I just don't go with that. But so we're going back to the original stormwater plan and then come back and make that rule a little bit better with just a few tweaks to it. The other rule worked, but we got to have enforcement of the rules. We can write a rule book as thick as this notebook, but if we don't enforce it, it's not going to do any good. And so what I would like to do is get this back so we can have. I heard up to some builders were quoting $10,000 cost. Billy, is that what it was? The stormwater when you add on the features that it requires, permit fees, time loss. I've heard it took up to 6 months sometimes to get a stormwater approval, and it shouldn't be that way. And including the what is it, $1,000 or $1,500 if you add in the stormwater review and then the $500 fee for this and that. So it's really just cumbersome. It's an extra tax on the citizens. I haven't really seen where it's achieving what it's supposed to do as much as the old ordinance was doing. So I'd like to see us go back to the planning board with the current ordinance. I mean, not the current ordinance, but the vote to go back to the old ordinance and then let's just make that one a little bit better and with just a little bit of language. And we don't need this redundant engineering. And I think we can accomplish that, but also offer options for like using nature-based stormwater strategies and educating the public. We're working on video now to educate public how to use native vegetation to reduce stormwater on your property, mitigate it on your own private property. And with that, that's probably better than putting in any impervious surface that you can get. If we put in that Rice Krispie road that's permeable, guess what? After about a year, it's no good because the pores fill up with sand unless you continuously go out there and maintain that. These we can put in tons more stormwater systems, but they're no good if we don't maintain those. Is there areas in the town where the town itself needs to take action? Yes, I agree. We definitely need to do that. And I think the commissioners and staff, we're going to work toward that. And but there's ways to mitigate stormwater coming off of private properties so they don't exasperate or contribute to a bigger problem. So really, this was just I saw the new ordinance as trying to put a lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. It's still going to drain. It's still going to flood. And we can accomplish that with the old rule if we enforce it and make it just a little bit better with some touch-ups with some technology that we have today and what we know about vegetation being removed. So with that, that's where there's a really good report written on it. I think we have that available somewhere. I encourage anyone to read that if you're interested in that. But the geologist recommended just a real basic surface treatment of it, and he gave some options, and I'd like to include those options in the stormwater rule for property owners.
I have those options right here. The 3 options that he says recommended. Give them to you one time.
I have that thing.
All right, any other comments from the board? Okay.
Just a quick question, just reading through this stuff. I was looking at this sheet that was laid on the table here, and there's seven, I don't know if everybody's got this in the thing here, but it's Atlantic Beach is stormwater right now. Pine Knoll Shore, yes, with extensive details. Swansburg's, yes. Kill Devil Hills is more than 6,000. Currituck is yes. Topsail's yes, and Curry Beach, if disturbed, above 5,000, and Oak Island's yes. So there's quite a few other people that are requiring this. I thought about it a lot, and I've talked with Billy, talked with the county guys that recommended, and a lot of other different people too. And I agree with the double stamp thing. I think that's if you're a licensed engineer, you should be a licensed engineer. I'm just a little concerned about, we just set the setbacks back to 10 foot. So now all of you live here, you drive around, you see these houses going up. They're a lot bigger houses, so there's a lot more or less ground on the lot that's going to be covered, and it's going to be a lot more roof and driveways and everything else going on. And I think we're heading toward where the water is going to be a bigger problem than a less of a problem in the sense. But at the same sense, enforcement is a big issue, like Commissioner is talking about down there. And I don't know, it's a touchy situation with water, and a lot of you spoke tonight about having water issues and water problems going on. So, it's a lot to think about for me, over here. There's a lot of stuff going on. But that's where I'm at on it, just letting you know what I've read and stuff and what I've been doing. I've gotten educated over the last 6 months, that's for sure, with this stuff. But I'd like to hear some more from the other commissioners.
And, might be helpful, let's go ahead and get our public hearing portion of this done, of a public hearing attached to this one so that we can hear from our residents and builders and everybody alike. So with that, I'll ask for a motion to go into public hearing.
Motion to go into public hearing.
Commissioner Sanderson makes that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, ma'am, whenever you're ready.
David Williamson.
Good evening, sir.
I'd like to ask my wife to pass out something to the board, please.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Brownlow, I hear you, and I have looked through that document you're talking about, but I live and breathe this. I'm living and breathing it every day. You've got my documents that show before, during, and after. My wife and I live at 106 Pinta Drive in Columbus Square, and we have owned this property for 12 years. That means, take it back, Florence. What did Florence do to Emerald Isle? How much rainwater did Florence drop on Emerald Isle? I had no flooding on my property with 23 inches or more of rain that was dropped on us. But I can have one thunderstorm, and because a brand-new home, that the property has been elevated 4 feet above my property and is built up to the property line, it is now flooding my home. The bottom basin of my driveway will collect anywhere from 18 inches to 2 feet of water with one thunderstorm. So I complained about that. I've had the city come out, and I've had commissioners come out, and they've taken a look at it. I will say, if they had not enforced this ordinance, because they had to reconstruct the land on that property, it has helped. But if it had not been enforced, I would have to deal with 2 feet of water with every single thunderstorm. I will also say the city has made efforts because there was storm water that was running down the street as well. So I do appreciate that. But I'm telling you, if you don't, anybody that changes the topographical structure of any land, it pushes that activity of water to those surrounding properties. I'm a perfect example. And you can see the pictures. When it occurred, I got 2 feet of water basically in my yard. So I ask you to leave the ordinance as it is. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Bob Walters.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Before you start me off, Pat that was up here earlier is my neighbor, and what he was talking about, that drainage ditch, that's my property, and I donated the easement to the town of Emerald Isle back in 2005 at Frank Rush's request to alleviate some of the drainage problems in that area. What was supposed to go along with that was the pipe size changed underneath the road to sea dunes, which never occurred. So anyway, I'll start from there. Huh? Okay. Okay, so my name is Bob Walters. I live at 117 Sandcastle. I've dealt with 3 town managers and numerous town planning directors. I bought my house in June of 1996. There were 3 vacant lots, all lower than mine and all wooded. Today, there are 3 large homes surrounding my house. They sit on sites that are now 2 to 3 foot higher than my lot. Needless to say, I have water issues. Around 2019, I hired a professional stormwater engineer and a lawyer, and I spent $25,000. I did end up initiating legal action. It went through the town's attorney to the town's insurance company's attorney. The conclusion was that while the town was responsible for my water issues, through their actions and inactions, it would have been very difficult to prove that the town was actually negligent due to the legal rights granted to municipalities, and it would have been a very costly suit. My chances of prevailing would have been 50-50. So I took no further legal action. I've butted heads with the town since, well, throughout Frank Rush's entire time here. Chapter 19 of the zoning ordinance that was in place when the lots were done around me, 19.3361C, there should be a minimum of 35% undisturbed land. That's been mentioned several times and designated and shouldn't be disturbed during construction. Further down in that, it says that in any case where 2 feet of fill is added to a lot, the owner shall be required to obtain an engineered stormwater plan indicating that the use of the fill in no way will create a burden on the adjacent property owner. I challenge any of you to go today and look at the 3 lots that surround my house. There is no 35% undisturbed area. 3 lots combined, there's probably less than 10%. The town has allowed the lots to be filled and create a burden to the adjacent property, which is my property, which has impacted me both financially and economically. So first, I would suggest that the town, and it's been said time and time again, you need to implement the rules that you passed. You know, if you had implemented the rules, if I could have gotten the town to follow their rules, I wouldn't have some of the issues that I have now. You know, there needs to be a mechanism in place where not only are the rules followed when the construction happens, but that you can go back, that they're checked years later to make sure that they haven't been violated, you know, over time. I graduated from NC State with a degree in landscape horticulture. I'm a licensed landscape contractor, ran a landscape business for 45 years, did commercial projects and residential projects throughout North Carolina. The town's vegetation ordinances are a joke. They need to, they're ineffective, they're outdated. They just need to be redone and revisited. As far as one suggestion I would make is that when the town, that there's a method in place so that when a lot is going to be modified or a larger house built with more impermeable surface, that the adjacent homeowners be notified so that they have an opportunity to review the submitted plans and comment before they're approved, so that you know, just have a way to do that.
Excuse me, sir, I don't want to cut you off. You would finish your thought there. We're past our 3, if you would.
Okay, that's it.
Finish your thought. I don't want to cut you short.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Tina Siegel.
Good evening.
Operating with a disability. My name is Tina Siegel, and I live at 9253 Ocean Drive. Before moving to Emerald Isle in 2018, I lived in Swansboro for over 20 years and served as a town commissioner there from 2007 till 2011. I know more about stormwater management than I ever dreamed possible. When we decided to build our home and move permanently to Emerald Isle, we contracted the services of John Freshwater, an engineer and an expert in stormwater management, to design a plan to protect our investment. Our lot sits very low and had previously been prone to excessive water retention. Our implemented plan included creating a retention pond filled with native vegetation while enabling retention of 6 inches of our own stormwater, vice the 2-inch required by the coastal regulations at the time. We also used pervious pavers on both our driveway and side patio to reduce as much impervious surface as possible. That first September, Hurricane Florence hit our area and dumped over 30 inches of rain. We returned 5 days later to find 30 inches of water still remaining in front of our home and had to use a neighbor's kayak to enter the house. Subsequent rain events greater than 2 inches have caused enough flooding to overrun our retention pond and prohibit us from walking into the road in front of our home. And I've provided you earlier with email photos. Cleanup and reconstruction began after the storm, while enforcement of any prior ordinances seemingly disregarded. Under the cover of night, trees were removed without replanting, driveways repaved, and doubled in size. This created more impervious surface and increased street flow. Pools were installed without stormwater plans and caused flooding to adjacent properties. After Florence, a rental property owner across the street added truckloads of dirt to elevate his drainage field. This caused an increase in flooding following each significant rain event. His renters must wade through bacteria-laden water to get to the beach. I also pictured that in my email. Then the property next door was purchased by investors who landscaped to increase street appeal of the property. They dug a ditch to run an 8-inch corrugated pipe from their driveway into our retention pond to keep their driveway free of rainwater. Their justification was that since our property was the lowest on the street, it would wind up there anyway. Without an ordinance in place to prohibit this, they felt they were within their rights. For 18 months, a UDO committee worked to create protections to mitigate stormwater in the town. Town staff researched requirements for new construction in neighboring towns and counties. In January 2023, the commissioners approved the committee's recommendations. We now fall right in line with our neighbors, and these rules are in no way more excessive. I understand builders are complaining about excessive costs for engineering and delays in permitting. The requirements are clearly listed for submitting and expediting the approval of an engineered plan. The cost is the responsibility of the homeowner, not the builder. There is still more work to be done on roadways and existing properties in the town, and repealing the current requirements would certainly be a step backward. Time is not on our side, and major flooding events are occurring with greater frequency. Please do not repeal these current regulations. You were elected and sworn into office to serve and protect the residents of this town. Please protect our property values.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, Pat Sheldon. Richard Smith. George Moore.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is George Moore, and I live at 5804 Emerald Drive. Thanks for the opportunity to share my recent experiences with the stormwater management plan. I too now know more about stormwater management than I ever thought I would. This discussion is related to new construction at 5806 Emerald Drive, next door to the cottage I've owned for almost 30 years. I first became aware of Emerald Isle's small lot stormwater management policy in the fall last year, 2023, when I had stormwater stacked 4 inches against the lower level of the cottage. This had never happened before. What changed? Only the land clearing and removal of the right-of-way ditch berm next door at 5806 Emerald Drive that rerouted stormwater, natural flow. When it was a wooded lot, I didn't have that issue. Nature took care of it. When the lot was cleared, I had problems. I contacted the town planning department, and they helped get a temporary berm in place. I was given a copy of the stormwater plan, which detailed stormwater management projects for the construction next door. The stormwater plan was very thorough. As I began to understand it, and that took some time, because it's technical, it's detailed, it's an engineering document, I felt better that eventually the risk of another flood long-term would be minimized. First reason for an engineered stormwater plan is communication to all stakeholders. Last week, I watched a subcontractor building a 30-foot-long retention wall, really a bulkhead, at the back corner of the construction lot next to my property. The subcontractor had the stormwater plan in his back pocket and referenced it multiple times over the 3-day bill for the location, structure, and boundaries of access through natural areas. I'd bet my boat that the concrete guy who does the driveway drain, the landscaper who digs the right-of-way ditch, also known as a swell, I'm talking the language now, and buries the pipes carrying the impervious stormwater to the retention wall basin will also have a copy in their back pocket. The second reason for an engineered stormwater plan, clarity for all stakeholders. The lot next door was recently subdivided, yielding 2 smaller than standard lots. As the housing density of our island increases and the wooded undeveloped lots decrease, professional stormwater planning is critical. Many, if not most, residential builds are smaller than 10-foot disturbance projects. I'd love to see some stats on that. Stormwater plans will need to be validated by the EI Planning Department and professional engineers. There shouldn't be any holdups, callbacks, or rework as the stormwater plan was professionally communicated with great clarity before construction began. This is the third reason for a stormwater plan, accountability.
Thank you, sir.
Almost got it.
Thank you, sir.
What's accountable gets done.
If you would, we're past our 3, if you would wrap up your thoughts, I appreciate you.
All right. So I think in the end, we want all stakeholders, developers, builders, subs, inspectors, neighbors, visitors, community, and Mother Nature to be happy.
Thank you.
Please protect our island.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Karen D.
You finally got your time to shine, right?
Finally.
Good evening.
Hi. Are we on? Okay. Hello, my name's Karen. I have to apologize in advance because I'm going to complain a little, and you know, Karens. Okay, so there was, during, I think, the 2020 or 2022 storm, there was pumps added along Coast Guard Road to go into Emerald Isle Woods. And there was a lot more water that goes into Emerald Isle Woods and then comes into the Cape Emerald neighborhood on Cape Lookout Loop. That water, it like ends up in my backyard. So for that certain event, for like 2 months, we had water in there. You guys did everything you could. You brought in pumps to get it out of Cape Emerald. But my question is, has there been anything new done to mitigate that from continually happening for every storm? Like this past storm, my backyard was completely full again. I know that at one point Matt had said that you guys were going to look into grants for sifting this stormwater into the dunes on the oceanfront side, and I wanted to see if there was any progress with that. And also, I know we're all complaining about our yards being flooded, our streets being flooded, and that the owners need to absorb our water better. So I'm wondering if there are any certain trees or vegetation that can be given to property owners, like everybody gets a new tree, or if maybe not that, maybe just suggest, hey, we all get this tree, or maybe some sort of advice for the property owners or suggestions on a regular basis to try to encourage us to add more, because we're all cutting down trees at some point or they fall. I had a big one fall in my yard for a little storm. So what tree would be best there to help our property obtain as much water as possible? So if that information can go out to us, that'd be helpful. And if I can do for more for my backyard, because my 7-year-old's playing in that yard where all of this is really ending up. So all of the flood water, all of the oils, all of the everything that comes from your guys' property ends up in my property. And it's quite gross after a month of it sitting there. So anything that can be done, I'm very thankful for. And if you have any recommendations or solutions, I'd be happy to hear them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Eric Stonehouse.
Stonehouse still here? Last call, Mr. Stonehouse. I'm sorry? Okay. All right, okay. All right, I'll ask for a motion to come out of the public hearing. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, okay, yeah. All right. Okay, who else do we have here? Yeah, everybody? Yes, sir. You?
Hi, I'm Roger Fulp, RHI General Contracting. We do building on the island and in the area. But I wanted to speak about the stormwater. None of us want to get rid of stormwater rules. That's not what we're after. What we're after is to get rid of all the engineered redundancy that's happening with these rules. What's happened is we went from a process where we were getting our building permits within a month to now we are going 4, maybe 6 months to get a building permit. The people that we are building for, they have taken out construction loans. Part of that construction loan is that we have to buy builder's risk policies. And guess what? On Emerald Isle, wind and hail is not covered under a builder's risk policy, so we have to buy wind and hail policies. These are annual policies that have to be renewed every year. Now we're taking 4 to 6 months to get a building permit. That leaves a very small window to build a house before the construction loan runs out, which is a fee with the bank. The insurance runs out, which is another fee. The wind and hail runs out, which is a large fee, and those are annual fees. So if we get the house done a month after the year is up, don't matter. We're paying for another year of that policy. So it is creating a lot of additional cost, not just in the engineered plans. There is some additional cost there in paying the engineers to have the work done, but the big cost comes when you don't make the time and you end up spending all that additional dollars on insurance and on all the other things that add up when you're in that building cycle. That's what I wanted to say to you. I really do want to have stormwater rules, and we did have some stormwater rules that were in place, and we did have the 35% in place. That's not gone anywhere. It's just a matter of enforcing what we have. It's not a matter of adding more layers and making it more difficult to get a building permit. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
What's that?
I said, hey.
Hey, I'm Billy Farrington. I'm a builder. Represent a lot of these guys in here tonight. They're builders from Emerald Isle, and they're grading contractors. A lot of people here tonight have been working here for 40, 50 years. And I want to tell you, start first with the process that we go through building a house here. We have to get the lot surveyed. We have to get a septic tank permit. We have to get a grading permit. We have to meet with the town planner to go over all of our stormwater rules, what we're going to use for the lot. He comes out, he approves it. He calls to the county. They say, you can get them a building permit, okay? So we follow the rules there. Okay, we'll get to the end of the job, into the house. We put all of our stormwater things in that we've said we were going to put in the beginning. We show them the 35% natural that we're leaving natural. We do a landscape plan. We meet with the planner, he comes out, he checks everything out, makes sure we're in accordance with the rules and the ordinance. If there's a problem, at that point, he can say, you need to fix this. You need to fix this. You need to fix this. I'm not going to call to the county and get your CO until you get all these things fixed. The town has all the power in the world to stop this. Matt, you guys went in and you changed these ordinances. The town changed the ordinance. You had a UDO board. You did not have one builder on that board, not one. you've had landscape contractor, you had a town commissioner, you had the mayor. No representation from the builders. I mean, we've been here all our lives. Whenever any of the other town managers needed us, they called us. We were down here, we helped the town, okay? You, the town, did not do that this time. You went in and you just railroaded all this stuff right over on top of us. All these engineered plans. You don't need an engineered plan. If you read this study that the town did, it's 80 pages long. And it was written in 2013. Okay? 2013. They put in pumps down the Coast Guard Road. We've been having these problems on this island since 1960. These problems did just not start. They put in pumps down the island on the Coast Guard Road. They're going to use those pumps. I think you got permission now. They're going to pump it over to the ocean. Is that correct? Matt? You don't have permission for that yet. So you're still pumping it over to Emily's Woods. That's right. Okay. All right. If you read this stormwater study, it explains the groundwater is coming up on top of the ground in those areas down the Coast Guard Road. The only way you can fix that is to pump it when we have a storm. That's the only way you can fix it. They say there's a lot of good best management practices. In those areas, they don't want you to put the stormwater in the ground. If you put the stormwater in the ground, you're competing with the water table that's already out of the top. We don't want to do that. So if we just go and we listen to this report and you read this report and we put these stormwater management drafts into place, it will fix all these problems, okay? One more thing, education. Everybody on this island needs to be educated about this, all right? There's a lot of these houses that they don't have any stormwater plan. And if we go back there and educate them now, we can fix a lot of these problems, just like it says in this plan. Education. The lady was just asking about some trees, vegetation. That's what we need to do. And we can do this one lot at a time, keep 100% of your water on your lot, and that will fix this problem.
Thank you, Billy. Miss anyone? Yes, sir. Okay, yes, sir. Carol, I saw your hand too, ma'am. Excuse me. Might be flipped off.
Dearhorn Dunes. We've been around here since 1989. At the risk of stepping on a hornet's nest, I was in construction for 45 years, major commercial construction, and I hear a theme here. We're talking about the builders and all these costs, and I respect everything you guys go through because I've done it. But most of those costs are defrayed by the people that are developing. Yes, some of these people have owned these lots for 40, 50 years. Well, they bought them with the foresight that they were going to be more valuable. They're selling them now, and they want to build McMansions on them. There's nothing wrong with that approach and that thought, but we're talking about the dollars and cents, and the practicality we've got here is what are we doing to protect the environment, to protect the existing properties that are here. The people have had homes here since the early 70s. Now we're talking about letting the builders try to influence how we make the decisions on how we're handling stormwater. The town paid for a stormwater management plan. I find it hard to believe that we've got another plan that says we don't need a stormwater management plan to accommodate the storm drainage. Sounds to me like y'all need to take a step back. This is a very controversial issue. And maybe you need to put some type of a moratorium on these McMansions that appear to be in the main forefront and reevaluate where you are. Do you need to change your stormwater management plan? Do you need to change the 10-foot setback back to 15 foot? Do you need to leave it at 10? Those are all things it just sounds to me like there's a lot of angst on everybody's side. and it might be a minute for a pause here. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. I thought I saw your hand go up there. How are you tonight?
No.
It takes a second to catch up.
I'm Carol Peoples. I live on Hickory Street. I'm Jason's neighbor. And it seems to me like the stormwater issue is definitely a multifactorial problem, and it's going to have multiple solutions. It's going to need multiple solutions. But one thing I noticed, and I've never really had an answer, but it seems like homes that were built like 10 years and more ago seem to have maintained a lot more of their native vegetation on their lots than any that I've seen in the last 7 or 8 years, for sure. There was a lot less cleared. It appears that they were able to save more than 35% of their natural areas. And I know that's what's on the books, but that doesn't mean that we need to only save 35% of our natural areas. The more we can salvage on our properties, the better our stormwater is going to be managed. So I had questions about that. And and part of it may be that the size of the homes now are larger, and there's, more impermeable surfaces. But in addition to that, at best, even if it was enforced completely as it's supposed to be, 35%, that seems low. And if you want to do better, you can preserve more. It's not a rule that you only have to have 35%. So I'm all for vegetation solutions. That's my wheelhouse. But I think it's a multifactorial kind of problem that's going to require different ways to solve it.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Sure.
You hear me? I heard a lot of good arguments from the builders and from the homeowners, but one thing I keep running in the back of my mind is who pays for all this? I mean, granted, yes, it's a burden right now on new homeowners to abide by a better stormwater runoff design, but if they don't do it, where the taxpayers, all these residents are going to have to pay for that down the road. And I think that's something that the town really has to consider before they make any rash decisions on this call. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Go ahead.
Someone spoke about insurance, and that is my industry, commercial insurance. And, builders are great, and they do a wonderful job, and they wear a lot of hats. And for a builder's risk policy, if you have the right kind of policy, you are not paying for coverage for 4 to 6 months while you wait for a permit. If you have a reporting form policy, it is prorated, and so you don't pay for it until you start building. So that may be a conversation you need to have with your insurance agent. Secondly, when general contractors hire people to come work on their house, they hire an electrician because they're an electrical professional. They hire a plumber because they are a plumbing professional. So why wouldn't we want to do the same when it comes to stormwater planning? And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, ma'am. One more time, sir. Oh, hang on, Billy. Oh.
House for my daughter. You have to have a builder's risk plan in your hand before they get the loan. So the rules have changed in the last year or so, but we're professional people. We have licenses. We build homes, okay? We have licensed people that do all the work for us. We know how to do stormwater, okay? It's not a very hard thing to do. The town owns 50 miles of roads in this town. The town owns probably 20 buildings, all right? They use sheet flow methods on all those buildings, other than the new buildings that they've built in the last 2 or 3 years, sheet flow. And all sheet flow is the water runs off the roof, it goes into your yard, and it flows around your house, and it seeps into the yard. That's what sheet flow is. Anybody that wants to build a house here and not use gutters, that's all you need to do. The town has 50 miles of roads. They need to do a lot of work to those roads because the roads are supposed to sheet flow out off the road, okay? And they got a 10-foot area to put all that water. A lot of that water is going onto these people's yards. It's going in their people's houses. So the town has a big problem. All the builders are asking is for us to do the same thing as what the town does. They sheet flow their properties. We can use these best practice methods. We don't need engineers to tell us how to do that. This is 2 inches, okay? This is 2 inches of rainwater, which they want us to take off of our impervious area, all right? Most of the houses on Emerald are 25% or less impervious, okay? So you have 75% that's pervious. It has, you can take all the water. So on the other 75%, that's 3/4 of an inch. And a 2-inch rainfall, how long do you think it will take 3/4 of an inch to go into your yard? That's what the code is here. That's what the ordinance is. This is 3/4 of an inch on 75% of your lot that's pervious. So it's very simple to do. We do not need an engineered plan for that. We talk to the engineers, they say we will take your money, but it's crazy. We have nothing to engineer. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not a builder, but he could probably answer the question, or one of you folks. I would say there's probably not more than, 400 lots left that you can build on?
Mr. Sheldon, at the last count, we had 609. We did approximate.
So you have 600 lots?
No, sir, we did approximately 73 new homes in the course of the last 12 months. So that's going to take us potentially down to the mid-range of a little bit north of 550.
So we only have 500 lots.
Roughly
that we can
550.
build on in
Yes,
the
sir.
town. And we have, 7,000 that are occupied? Wild guess. The town needs to bite the bullet. The town has to mediate the majority of the water, because 500 homes, it's going to be like the people putting water in their pocket. The amount of water that they're going to be able to remediate from, and where's it going to go? Where is it going to go? And the lots that are left, I'm sure, are not premium lots. They're probably all low-lying, which means the water table is 6-8 inches under the ground. How much water? The town needs to, like that park, I don't know the name of it, on Coast Guard Road. They were supposed to be pumping water over there. And I've never seen a pump on Sandcastle Drive, never. I've seen a lot of water, but no pumps. But the town needs to bite this bullet, not the 500 lots that are going to get built on.
Thanks, sir.
It's not going to accomplish that much.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anyone that wanted to speak that has not spoken on this particular matter? Was your hand up, sir? Okay.
Left on, right? I've lived here I've owned the home now for 10 years. And I've never seen building go on like it has. It's gone on a lot. You can put trees on a lot. You can mitigate a lot of the water being saturated, fine. But you're doing something else that's wrong. You have houses that are going up that used to be maybe on a lot that was taken down and now coming, whatever. They used to have 2 toilets in the house, bathrooms, septic systems. You're putting the water back in the ground with more water coming in with the buildings. You don't have the restrictions that need to be done. We're not using common sense. We're not. I've lived in Los Angeles area, and I grew up there. I'm 73 years old, and I've seen the flooding that used to happen when I was a child. And they had to do something. They had to put in some drainage systems. That's it. You don't have anything in the low-lying areas that gets rid of the water. You don't have maybe some underground piping. It's going to have to happen. And you're not taking care of it. We need to think about what we need to do instead of just band-aiding the system. You need to tell people, hey, you want to build? You're restricted to so many bathrooms. You're restricted to so much usage of water that your house is going to be able to use. We don't do that. We need to do that. We need to use the common sense to stop wasting the time. And that's what we're doing. We're standing here and we're saying things that it's not going to solve the problem.
Thanks, sir. Is there anyone else that has not had, yes. Anyone else that has not had a chance to speak? All right. With that, I believe we've covered everybody. I'll ask for a motion to come out of public hearing.
A motion to come out of public hearing.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, I'll turn it back over to the board for discussion and/or a motion. So, floor is yours, board.
Well, I'll start. I think clearly this is a hot topic that affects a lot of people in different ways. And like so many folks have stated, I learned more than I ever thought I wanted to know about stormwater in the last 6 months. It's an ongoing challenge here, living on a barrier island. I know my own house is about 14 inches below the grade of the road. So I've had my own challenges dealing with stormwater, and I learned a lot about what works, and I, along the way, learned what didn't work. I think that going back to I think the answer is going to be simpler rather than more complex. And my concern is that the recent changes in the last year added complexity and more hands in the pot. I think that this is clearly not going to be the last time we talk about stormwater. There's a lot that we can do to improve. I think simplification and improvement are going to go hand in hand in the long run. And I think that reverting to the previous version of this will get us closer to simple and hopefully get us closer to better as well. And it's just something that we're going to have to keep after because this problem is not going to go away. It's something that we're going to have to manage over time.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else?
I'm a lifelong resident of Emerald Isle. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say they you know, just about everyone said they came here from somewhere else, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. I've lived here for over 60 years. And I remember being a little boy before there was houses. I mean, Coast Guard Road was a dirt road, a sand path. And I remember after some rain events, some of the older kids were getting the four-wheel drive trucks, and we would go down to this watering hole down there, and we would drive trucks to where it flooded. Now there's houses and roads there in that same place where it's flooding. And so this is, it's characteristic of a barrier island. They're having the same problem on the Outer Banks, same problem on Bogue Banks, and the same problem down in Brunswick County at any of those beaches down there. I was on the planning board years ago. In fact, I was chairman of the planning board for Emerald Isle when we developed the original stormwater ordinance, and an engineer helped us write a blanket ordinance. That's what was in the books before, and it was designed by an engineer, and he told it a prescription. And it wasn't just a one-size-fits-all. It depended on how much impervious surface and how big your lot was and your type of soils, etc. So it was already designed by an engineer. It was, so it was not just something going out there and just taking a stab and thinking this is what we're going to do. And it was working. It was working as good as anything I've seen today. Now, it's interesting that night I heard someone tonight that I went to their property and the house next door was built to the new rules, but yet we were looking at a problem where that was causing flooding onto their property. So I was kind of surprised. I heard them saying that tonight there was something about this new ordinance. We're not, the ordinance, we're not doing away with stormwater rules at all. We need stormwater rules. Just like we got to have stoplights and stop signs in town too. So it's, the problem is there, and we're not going to walk away from it, and there's ways to make it better. I like the idea that it's a multifaceted approach, and we got to use some innovative thinking. I like what the last fellow said right there, is that maybe we ought to look at it from a different way. Instead of treating the problem, the stormwater, maybe we ought to treat the symptom, which after it happens, now we got flooding. Maybe we ought to start thinking about limiting impervious coverage. CAMA got it right years ago when they put a 25 and 30% impervious coverage within the AEC. And maybe that needs to be extended town-wide instead of just a thin ribbon of 75 feet along our shoreline or 575 feet. That's second and third rows on the sound side. So there's a lot of things that we can still do to improve the quality of your lives in this town without putting an unnecessary burden on already, because the costs keep going up on everything else. And the engineering cost is not going to go down either. That cost is going to continue to go up along with everything else. Your insurance is going to continue to go up. And so it's just everything else. It'd be nice to see us taking action. We're actually going to try to reduce the cost to the citizens of this town. And it's not, you're right, the citizens are going to be paying for it, but we need to do it from another way of looking at it, from innovative thinking, smart growth, instead of just treating the same old thing, thinking it's going to change this time. It's going to change this time. I believe they call that the definition of insanity. When you think you're going to fix something or you're going to change something, and then it just keeps on happening over and over and over. So I think if we come out with a different approach, that we can really make a difference. Not saying we're going to relieve it, because this is the nature of the beast. We're going to have hurricanes, we're going to have sand, rust, and we're going to have drainage issues. This is a barrier island in coastal living. I've grown up in it. And yeah, it has gotten worse since I've grown up here and seen it, no doubt. We're near build out now though, so, but I just want to say, just employ a little common sense here. And we're not abandoning stormwater at all. I would just like to see us revamp take this new rule and just get rid of the redundant engineering. That's not necessary. We don't need another engineer inspecting another engineer's work. Why don't we just have the engineer who designed it come inspect it? So it's real easy to solve. And we don't need a massive, cumbersome, rule-driven ordinance to do that with.
Sir. Anyone else?
I just want to say Ms. Peoples said something that really caught my attention. 10 years ago, you felt that those houses are technically not as many runoff problems, more vegetation. 10 years ago, we had a building inspector, which was the building inspector then, Jimmy Taylor. And I know for a fact, all these guys back here were scared to cut down a tree because Jimmy Taylor went out to your lot and he tied a ribbon on it, and he dared you to cut that tree down. And I think at the end of the day, enforcement is where this lies. Like I say, there's 2 times that the town can intervene. They can go out and look at a site plan. They can see, have you done this? They can come back. If you haven't done it, you don't get your CO. There's time for the town to correct it. I don't think we should burden anybody. We should almost burden ourselves, and really in the planning department, step up. Have people go out and make sure that this stuff's being done. I think for 10 years, we've had the Wild West. We haven't had the enforcements that we've had in the past. We just need to enforce the rules.
Sir. Anyone else?
I'll talk for a second. I like what Commissioner Brownlee said about the redundancy and having one engineer. I think that's definitely a way that we should head. One engineer, one stamp works for the whole system. without a doubt. I think that the plan should be that way. I think this is a multifaceted, heard so many people talk tonight and so many different angles about it. We've talked about insurance, we've talked about different insurance plans, we've talked about trees, types of trees to plant on lots. I think it's going to take multiple avenues to fix this problem, and I don't think it's going to be completely ever fixed, but I think if we're smart with the way we plan, but I am worried with the growth and the way Emerald Isle is heading. We just voted tonight to go back to 10 foot, and I think that's a fair thing to do because it's just across the ocean front that we were looking at. But at the same sense, though, too, we're talking about 550 lots. But as most of you know, there's a bunch of houses out there that's getting torn down. We're not counting those houses. So the 550, that's new lots. But there's multiple houses that are 1,600 square foot house that can hold a 4,000, 5,000 square foot house that's not even in this plan here. And we got to think about that. So this, one gentleman talked about it's only 400 or 500 lots with an engineered plan. But all these other houses that are going to get built, it's going to be a bigger house, more space, and that might be the house next to you that's 1,600 square feet. In a year from now, that's going to be a 4,000 square foot house beside you until you sell out. I mean, that's just the way it's going to be. That's the nature of it. That's the way this economy's going. That's the way the people's coming here, and that's the way they're building. So I would be, as me sitting in this seat, no problem cutting out the redundancy. One engineer, I think that's a great way to go. I think education's a great way to go with trees. And I love that idea too about, I remember when I was a young kid, used to get a little tree to take home with you to plant trees. It was a little pine tree. Maybe we can find a way to get some trees through some programs and stuff, then we spread it out through Emerald Isle and we have a tree planting day that we find that right tree that soaks up the grass and soaks up the water and stuff. But I still think that one engineer plan is the way to go with this, but that's where I'm at on it. And that's, that's why we're all up here and there's so many votes, so.
Thanks, sir. All right, Mr. Sanderson, do you have anything to add? I believe you were the only one that hadn't. Yes, sir. Okay. All right, to the board for a motion one way or the other, or table, or I'm gonna leave it up to you guys.
I'd like to somehow make a motion that we can at least do away with the second level of engineering. Maybe split the thing, like where if it's not a flood-prone area of town or something like that, maybe there we can use the 2-inch collection system and keeping it on your property type thing. But then and then still require engineering, or either at the discretion of the town planner, or just some way that we can. There's some cases where just engineering is just not necessary, where it can still be done following a guideline that we have. It was a prescriptive ordinance. It said you have to capture 2 inches of rainfall. Here's how you can do it, and then here's how you have to. It was all spelled out in the ordinance. It was a real good ordinance. If we can incorporate that in like maybe the shaded X, or like you're talking about the non-flood prone areas. Yeah. If we could do that, split it, and then maybe the special flood hazard areas, we still require one level of engineering on that, one engineer design. Does that sound, for now, and then we can still keep the work and
work through that.
And massage this thing as we go.
Yeah.
So, Council Grady, I ask you your guidance here on this particular item, just to make sure we do this one right. Does the board need / have to make a motion to approve deleting this verbiage tonight or leaving the verbiage? How do they need to proceed? I hear Commissioner Brownlow's ask of a modification. What needs to happen here, sir?
Yes, sir. No, the board does not have to act on this tonight. You can table it or just take no further action and revisit it at a further meeting. It would probably be helpful to flesh out some of the alternatives so staff would have direction on exactly what to bring back to the board, but No, sir, there's not a requirement that you act tonight.
Okay, I did not know how to guide them, so I wanted to make sure that somebody in the room did.
Mayor, I got a question too, and I think Josh has a question.
I've got a question. Well, and it's not really a question. This has been going on for 4 months. We went back and forth to the planning board. We have an engineer on the planning board. I think it was unanimous the other night that they said we need to revert it back to how it was before 2023. I'd like to make a motion to revert it back before 2023.
Okay,
Can I add to that motion? Is it possible?
sure. Can you add to a motion? Give us just a second, we'll get through it.
The motion can be amended. Yes, sir.
Okay,
I think, I'm sorry.
hang on one second. Commissioner Sawyer made a motion to, y'all give me just a minute, please. Commissioner Sawyer made a motion to approve the amendment, deleting the verbiage under that subsection and listing it as a reserve. Is that not the motion you made?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We now need to act, or they now need to act on that motion. Is that right or wrong?
Well, it is possible to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay.
The person making the motion has to agree to the amendment, so.
Okay. Mark, are you suggesting an amendment to the motion, sir?
I like how what Commissioner Brownlow talked about is dropping it to only one person while we work through these details here. So we are stepping back and cutting out some of the.
Yep. No, sir. Sorry.
I'm asking that, Commissioner, if we can take and slide it back where there's not the double engineers and stuff, and use one to start with when we work through this situation. Or, I don't know exactly how to say it, but is your motion decide how you?
I just feel like the planning board would have, at the meeting.
I don't think they had all these people in here, Josh, is the problem. I don't think they got to hear from all the other people that was talking about it. But
There was a room full of people there. At that
Yeah,
moment.
I would add, for my thoughts, and I don't want to step on any procedure here, but it feels like we can decide on this, either approve it or don't approve it, and that does not preclude us from going and asking the planning board in their next meeting to take up exactly what y'all are talking about, clarifying some of these points. But it feels like we've kicked this can down the road a number of times, and I think that's to Josh's point about, let's vote yes or no, and then move out from there. That's the way I heard it.
Okay. So are there any suggested amendments to the motion Commissioner Sawyer made?
Just that, this go back to the planning board to look at where we need engineering and where we don't. Or.
That would be outside of this particular motion, sir.
Okay.
Unless I'm misunderstood.
No, that's correct, Mayor. If you act on the motion that's on the floor, then it would be appropriate for a subsequent motion to address the issues that the Commissioner Brownlow and Taylor are raising.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong, please, sir. There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Sawyer to approve the amendment of section 6.3.2 2C, deleting the verbiage under that subsection and listing it as reserved. That's correct. All right. The motion is on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Did you vote one way or the other? Okay, so I have 3 ayes, 1 no.
The no vote is a yes vote, since the commissioner has not been excused from voting.
Okay.
That counts as a yes vote.
Okay, all right, then the motion is carried technically 4-1?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Now, can I make a motion that, that, again, we go back to the planning board, because we were talking about doing this anyway, and we add what's necessary to address the flood-prone areas.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're not gonna just totally abandon engineering. We're gonna just revisit that and put it back in there, carefully insert it back in where we can still have engineering done on the lots. But in some cases, and for some projects, like where there's just a retaining wall being built on a property, I don't see where engineers would be needed for that. That's something that can be handled by staff or the builders there.
So what would your motion be?
So the motion would be that this go back to the planning board, and again, we start working on this thing and revisit the stormwater ordinance.
Okay. Commissioner Brownlow has a motion on the floor to, again, go back to the planning board to revisit which portions of the ordinance or which portion of the rule. I want to make sure we have it correct. The flood zone, the specific flood zone requirements? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, engineering within flood, special flood hazard areas.
Okay. All right. The motion is,
Everyone get that? Yeah.
motion is on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion's carried. Thank you, sir. All right, item number 13, Planner Chris Seberg has an update on the Safley subdivision application.
Mayor, with all
Yes.
due respect, before we advance,
Sorry, yes.
Chris, are you clear on what your actionable item is following the last motion? Because if you're not, I'd ask that you get clarification right now.
So what I have in my notes is to send it back to the planning board to add what is necessary for engineering requirements specifically in the special flood hazard area.
That was your episode? Okay. That's what I heard. All right, we're clear.
Yes, sir. Okay, this is my last one for tonight. You do have a subdivision application before you. It is currently one parcel. The individual who owns it would like to divide out an existing or an extra parcel on it. The total area of the parcel is 3.0 acres, accumulates 130,000 square feet. Current lot width is 153 feet and it fronts Emerald Drive. The proposed subdivision creates Lot 2. That'll be 1.5 acres or 65,000 square feet, and lot number 3 would be very similar, both with 75 plus road frontage, so it is both compliant. So you have before, the property was at one time 2 lots. The individual did combine them back in 2020 for the purpose of doing some individual development that never took place, so he is now looking to recreate the lots that were there prior to the recombination in 2020. So you'll see on there the subdivision proposal by Ashland Land Surveying, along with the signed recombination that was done back in 2020. Few notes on this particular project: there are no roads proposed for this development. All necessary statements, requirements for recordation is present on the subdivision plat. You have 3 flood zones on the entire property. You got zone X, which is not in the floodplain. You got shaded X, which is not really a regulatory floodplain. It's your old-timey 500-year floodplain, and then AE7, which is regulatory. The parcel is currently zoned R2, and the following dimensional requirements for R2 zone parcels: minimum lot width of 12,500 and minimum width at 75. Both are accomplished with this subdivision if approved. That is all I have. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
All right, any questions for Mr. Seberg?
Did they sort out where the driveway was going? I know that was a question at the planning board, and I couldn't tell from looking at the images.
Yes, sir. So on the back of the write-up, we did, prior to developing the packet for this board, receive an updated plan showing the current driveway location, which is on lot number 2, right on the lot line.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Chris? All right, then a couple of suggested or potential motions. I'll wait for the board for one.
Motion to approve the Safley subdivision is recommended by the planning board.
Commissioner Sanderson has a motion to approve. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
All right, item number 14 is Bogue Banks Water, Osceola Hill. Presentation for us, or to address the board.
Good evening. My name is Osceola Hill. I'm the Executive Director for Bogue Banks Water Corporation. Thank you for having us again tonight. So we're a nonprofit water company. We service Emerald Isle, Salter Path, and Indian Beach. We have roughly 15 miles of service area, 90 miles of pipelines, 6,700 meters. And as the population shows, we have a full-time population that we serve of 4,995. And with the addition of Salter Path, Indian Beach, we're serving roughly probably 60,000 or so in the summer. Right now we pump 800,000 gallons in a day. In the summer, we average about 3.2 million gallons of water in a day. That's our swing for the year, back and forth. What we're here for tonight, we're looking to purchase 4 lots on the dogleg of Ocean Drive, which is adjacent to Dollar General, where Ocean Drive swings back out to Emerald Drive. It's a commercially zoned area. Dollar General is there. Emerald Isle Mini Mart is there. There's an attached store to the Mini Mart. There's a store across the street, Flip Flops. And then there's public utilities, including Brightspeed. CenturyLink has a building. The Emerald Isle Fire Department is 700 feet down the road, and the Carteret Craven Electric Substation is right behind that, 700 feet down the road. If we can bring up the GIS just so everybody can see the pictures of the lots, just give a visual representation. And it's these 4 right here. So what our needs are in the future is kind of an undetermined ask, as it's been called by a few residents. We do not know precisely what we'll need in the future. We do know that a lot of our wells are 40 to 50 years old. Wells do have a lifespan. Sometimes they can be re-drilled in the same spot, 10 feet over. Sometimes they can't. Sometimes you have to move the properties. We may need future well treatment plants. We may need future towers in the future. Right now, we have no immediate plans for this property. We simply want to get it at a great price instead of something 20 to 30 times the price 20 years from now when we may need something. And that's not to say we'll build on it in 20 years. It might be 5 years. It might be 40 years. We may never build on it. It may just be an empty lot for an untold amount of time. There are restrictive residential covenants on that property. That is the problem we've run into. We're under contract to buy it with the condition we can get those covenants removed. So the way to go about that, our local representative, Celeste Cairns, has agreed to sponsor a bill through the North Carolina legislature that will give us condemnation rights on just those covenants on just those 4 lots. So it's a very specific condemnation, and it can't be used anywhere else. And it would only be used in the event we actually build on those lots. If we don't build on it, we have no need to condemn those covenants, excuse me. So that's where we're at. And for her to go about that process, she has asked for the town of Emerald Isle, since this is in Emerald Isle town limits, to just pass a small resolution saying they support us going about this motion. And so that's where we're at tonight. We presented last weekend. I did want to address a few of the concerns that have been written in or called in by some of the neighboring customers and people that live there. So one of them is, why here? Why not go down towards Salter Path? And if we could bring up the zoning map, I'll talk on 2 quick reasons on that. So the zoning map, the red areas are commercially zoned areas. And if we can zoom in on the dogleg we're talking about, you can see all that yellow down there, that's all residential. The other color, green, is government. And the other colors are forms of residential and mixed residential business. But as you can see, there is not a lot of pre-zoned areas for commercial businesses. We have a very, very small window of getting a piece of property that's the size we actually need, that's already zoned for commercial use. Another concern is, of course, the visual appeal, the noise aspect of what potentially could be there. We're a mostly silent operation. Wells are underground. A lot of times motors and pumps are underground if we build a well. Towers, I mean, it's just there. It's very, very quiet. Treatment plant buildings, if we build one, it'll be another reverse osmosis plant. Everything is housed inside. There'd be possibly a ground storage tank if we built a treatment plant as well. Again, that's just a round cement building. And any of these can be disguised with facades to make, look like a house, a building. In fact, if you take one of our neighboring homes there, turn it on its side and lay it down, that's probably the size of what the plant would be, building-wise. It's not going to be a large intrusive building. It's not going to be a 3-story tall mini Walmart or anything crazy. The last point, it is a substantial cost to us to buy this property now, but we know we will need property in the future. If we can't get this parcel due to not being able to get the covenants renewed, we're still going to be looking for land for the future. And that requires between 4 and 6 to 4 and 8 homes sometimes, lots, to get a parcel big enough for what we need. So chances are at some point in time we would find a group of lots somewhere in a community that's willing to let us change the covenants and build. But you're looking at a cost of 20 to 30 times demolishing existing properties and then retrofitting. And we'd like to do the best we can for our customer base now with as little cost to them in the future as possible. If anybody has any questions or other concerns, please let me know and I'll field it best I can.
Before we open it up for public comment, does the board have any questions for Mr. Hill?
Mr. Hill, of course, one of my concerns was notifications of adjacent property owners. Tell me about how you did that process, please.
Yeah, after last meeting, we did send out notices to everybody within, I believe it was within 3 or 4 lots that would directly be impacted. We have, I know, a few notifications or responses came back to the town. We got a few. We had one that was in 4, a few that were against it, and a few that were more curious about what it would look like. And I won't say their opinion was swayed, but they were better informed afterwards, yes.
And why does this take legislative action to condemn the covenants?
Since we are a nonprofit corporation, we're not a municipality, we do not have condemnation rights or the other word, eminent domain rights. We don't have any of that, so we wouldn't want to use that. We want to purchase it fairly, but that is the only way we can get those covenants off. We could buy it. There's nothing stopping us from buying it. We don't want to run the risk of, say, building a well or a tower there in 10 years and having someone sue us because of some covenants that were written in the 50s and not be able to use that tower.
So I understand there's like about 550 property owners that are on those same covenants.
Correct. It covers 5 of the original blocks, and it's about 550 homeowners, yes.
And you're only asking to the legislature to remove the covenants on that, just those 4 parcels.
Correct. Just those 4 parcels. It's not good for us on anything else, anywhere else on the island.
And now, what assurance do we have that this land will be used for water utility only?
Well, we have no use for it for anything else. So if we don't build on it in 40 years, it's just going to be something we hold until we do need it. That's really the only assurance I can give in that aspect. We're not really in the business of buying and selling property. If we can get a piece of property, we hold it till we can use it.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else?
We've got 2 wells in them, all right?
We have 12.
12. Oh, I was way off.
Going on 14.
What happens, I mean, how important are those? Like if you lost 3 of them, intrusions of salt water, I mean, what kind of strain would that put
So I'll give you the short answer because it's very geographic dependent.
Gotcha.
As you know, we have a reverse osmosis plant on Coast Guard Road that's fed by 4 wells, and we have a new well going in soon that will also feed that. Then we have a group of 4 wells that are right in this area. One is behind Catherine's, one is at our plant right there, and then there's one on Canal and one around 7,000 Emerald Drive. Those four and a couple additional ones, like the Emerald Woods one we have a lease for, will feed the next RO plant when we get to that stage. And then there's a group of wells on the eastern end that help feed Salter Path and Indian Beach. So it really depends on what well goes out and when. I will say that probably 7 or 8 years ago when I first started working here, most people know Ty Cannon, our ORC. He's been here forever. He was out on vacation, and it was me and 2 or 3 new guys on a July 4th weekend on a Saturday. Well 3, which is down by 300 Emerald Drive, it went out. We got a hold of a local crane operator, luckily before he went out on his boat that morning. We had the well changed out and back in operation in about 3 or 4 hours. To put that into context, we were losing ground in our main tower here at the office the entire time. We're no longer in that type of a situation. We can lose a well and stay afloat. But it's one of those things we want to stay in that position. We don't want to be right here above headwaters like we have been so long in the past. We want to have the space and the means to, when these houses get bigger and when those 500 lots get built out, because they will, we want to be able to keep providing that water and the fresher RO water at the same time.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Hill?
I have one. For the resolution that the town needs to pass in support of this, can we qualify that such that it's solely for the use by the water corporation and not for any other commercial purpose? Do you think that would make its way through to the legislation that affects the condemnation?
I'm sure we could pass that along to the timing on this is the legislation is back in, and I believe in April, and they need it by middle of this month to get the bill written. We can definitely pass that along and see what they can put in along that regards.
And just to ask, I think we've talked about it a little bit. This would be a lot easier if we had like a right of first refusal. If it turns out you guys aren't going to use it and you decide to sell it, the town would be able to buy it. Can you talk about what limitations you have on that front?
Nothing that I can say right now, but I'm sure that's something our board would be willing to discuss. It's probably one of those situations, like I was saying earlier, which we've got property, we'll never get rid of it. But in the event, if a safeguard is needed, it's something the board would have to discuss and get back with you on.
Okay, thank you. That would make it, I think, a lot more palatable. I'll speak for myself.
Thank you, sir.
So really, this lot now is a commercial lot, and there's just one little hiccup on it that's causing all this issue.
Correct.
And,
If you look back at the GIS without the photography on there, you can actually see the layout of Circle Pizza on those 4 lots. If you hit the road map button up top.
So the people that bought around these lots, when they were buying, it's been commercial since day
Right.
one.
Right there, that was Circle Pizza in the 80s and 90s.
Right, I
It's
remember.
been commercial, it's been used as commercial. The
Since the
other
50s.
businesses are already been using it as commercial as well.
So it's really, it's, those people knew when they built their house there that was a commercial lot next to their house, and there's a possibility something was gonna go there.
Correct, it is, yeah,
the way it
we're
is.
just asking to do it legally, basically. We want
Yeah.
to make sure there's no hiccups.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Thank you, sir. This time I'll open it up for public comment if anybody has anything to say on this particular matter.
I've got a list.
All right.
Tom Rule.
Hey, Tom. How are you, sir?
Mayor and Commissioners, thank you very much for this opportunity to address you this evening. I'd like to share with you that I'm not in favor and request that you not proceed with supporting the request from the water company to change the zoning on a piece of property at the Dog Leg. I do not think that an industrial site at that location with the placement of our RO plant or a water tower or others is an advantage to the house owners and will value their properties. Visitors to our island may consider it to be an eyesore mid-island. I suggest they look elsewhere for their property and their needs. Now, I heard the conversation here between Mark and the president of the water company here, and it's zoned commercially now, but they're going for an industrial commercial. That's different. They can build a store there, they can build a lot of things there, but they can't build a reverse osmosis plant or a water tower there right now. That's why they need to change. So the homeowners, when they invested down there, they didn't invest knowing that there was going to be a RO plant and or a water tower across from them, or rather whatever use the water company has intention. So I'm not in favor of it at all. I think that it takes away from the uniqueness of our beach community. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Tom.
Scott.
Scott? Hey.
I don't envy the water company's task, but I'm in support of this gentleman who just spoke for a couple of reasons. Number one, Mr. Billy Farrington, who successfully argued against me about the 10-foot, 15-foot setback, came in and said, we want to reset the homeowner's rights and the property values that they had purchased into when they had a certain setback on their property. This gentleman, amongst others over there, have purchased a piece of property with certain covenants, which was argued that we need to uphold that. And so now what we're looking for, I guess, or they're looking for, is for the town to stick themselves in the middle of potential liability, to go to the North Carolina State Legislature to overturn position of covenants, which we tried to protect in one instance, but in this instance, we're kind of looking at maybe we're not going to do that. To the devaluation of their property, there's no doubt that if you put a water tower next to a home over there, they're going to lose 30, 50% of the value of that. And they've got no recourse. They've got no way to get the money back if that occurs. The other thing is they said in the future, because who's forecasting the future? We've got 400 buildable lots left. We've got growth that we're assuming is going to continue like it was from the 70s until it is now. And we've got all the problems associated with that, to include a water issue now. And we're looking to move into residential areas and overturn their covenants and their rights to try to solve that problem. I don't think it's right. I don't particularly think the town, as representing the citizens, needs to entangle themselves in potential litigation with North Carolina State Legislature to overturn existing law. If they can do that on their own, let them do it on their own. If they don't, why do they need you guys to approve or motion that? And I don't say that because I dislike the water company. I like you guys. I understand what you're trying to do. But these people purchased something for a reason. That's all.
Thanks, sir.
Richard Smith.
Mr. Smith.
Good evening. My name is Richard Smith. We own the property at 3003 Emerald Drive. My partners and I, we actually own 3 homes within about a mile of this site that are worth about $10 million. We are adamantly opposed to this potential industrial complex coming in anywhere near our property. And as a matter of fact, we would offer to buy the property. We would offer to buy your contract tonight. If you do not get it approved, we will step in and buy it, if that's a viable option for you guys. Because we are the evil builders. I am one of those guys, but our business model is a little bit different than some of these other guys. Some of these guys build and sell. We build and we hold everything. We own everything and we rent it. So we're bringing value to this city. We bring tax base to this city. We also bring in the visitors during the summer, which comes to all the stores and shops and areas. We, again, are adamantly opposed to this. All the neighbors that we've talked to have all been on the same side. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Paxton Holtz.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Paxton Holtz, and like Roy, I became a permanent resident of Emerald Isle in 1964. I was in the first graduating class from West Carteret. And I love Emerald Isle, although when I married, my husband moved me far, far away to Cape Carteret. I still have property and am devoted to Emerald Isle and its good development and the life of enjoyment here. For several years, I've been privileged among my volunteer activities to serve as a director on the Bogue Banks Water Corporation. Used to be called Bogue Banks Water and Sewer, but we decided to get out of the sewer business a long time ago, and we're just water. And as our executive director said, we maintain wells and we plan ahead for the future. And I wonder how much that $10 million collection of homes would be worth if when you turned on the tap, you didn't get clean water. We plan ahead. We don't have any immediate plans for this land. We do not need a zoning change to build what we need to build in the future. It's zoned commercial. But in 1959, some of the earliest developers, the Singletons, the McLeans, the Spells, imposed residential restrictive covenants on many blocks. 59, long before there was a water company. And we've been advised by our attorney not to buy this property for the ultimate benefit of all the citizens of Emerald Isle on the water system. Now, if we want to go back to little wells, individual wells for houses, that's one issue. But we want to keep supplying Emerald Isle citizens and businesses with fresh, clean water at no effort from this board, which y'all do a wonderful job. But you don't have to bother about the water company because we do it for you, and we're glad to do it for you. The only reason our attorney said, don't buy this property unless you get the covenants removed, and we have done that before. We've done that before. We bought 5 lots for a huge price and went to the people in the subdivision and asked them to remove the covenants, and that was a huge undertaking. But we've got over 500 people in various blocks that we would have to go to get the covenants removed, only on these 4 pieces of property. We plan ahead. We like to keep the water system viable for the citizens we serve. We're a nonprofit. If we had to buy 6 houses together, if we could find them, and get the folks to change the covenants in that subdivision, and tear down the houses, and remove the septic systems, we could do that. But we hope you'll support us in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bill Faraci.
Bill, you said Faraci? Yeah, he asked. I'm sorry? He said no thanks. Oh, I didn't hear it. Sorry about that. Thank you. Any others? All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, so the public comment section is wrapped up. I'll bring it back to the board for a resolution. Discussion, a
Yeah, I heard that,
resolution.
I appreciate the comments I've received from the property owners around town, not just adjacent to it, but all throughout town, from the east end to the down Coast Guard Road. People commented on it. And I have to say that the comments were about as split as you could get it. Just as many were for as were opposed to it for various reasons. The ones that were opposed, I looked at their reasons and there was a lot of assumptions made without, researching facts on that. And so that kind of, because this is the tough one. I don't want to do anything that's going to diminish property values, but yet those properties that are benefiting from irrigating their lawns with I think, 25,000 gallons in 1 month was used to irrigate a rental house lawn?
We have homes that use upwards of 30 to 50,000 gallons a month just on one home for irrigation.
So that right there is a large consumption of nice, clean drinking water for lawn. That's also part of our stormwater problem. That irrigation is also feeding back, leaching through the soils, going back to that water table and elevating that water table, along with those septic tanks and everything else. So again, you see how this problem's all tied. Everything is tied together, creating that stormwater issue. So now we have, and we got I-42 coming, and while a lot of people think it's going to impact that end of the county because that's where it's going to terminate, around Morehead City, it's kind of like that nuclear bomb going off. That wave is going to hit around this area too. We're going to feel the impacts of that. So just in the interest of infrastructure, I'm leaning toward this. Because without good, the healthy water for the needs of the people, saltwater intrusion is a serious problem and something we have to deal with here. And so having backups is nice. My concern was that I just didn't want to see that land. I mean, I was excited maybe we could have used that land while they were deciding if they needed to use the land right away. Maybe we could put pickleball courts on it, beach parking, open space recreation, a natural vegetation bioretention area as an exhibition. But I was told that the public utility laws don't allow that because of liability. So that kind of, rained on my parade. So the only other benefit is that, we're going to try to ensure that the town has good, safe, clean drinking water for years to come. And unless we do something to limit irrigation of lawns, for using clean water for that's expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, anyone else?
Mayor Holland, I make a motion to approve the resolution of support for Bogue Banks Water Corporation.
Commissioner Sanderson has a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion is carried. Thank you. Start with item number 15, discussion led by Town Attorney A.W. Grady, the appointment process to internal Emerald Isle appointed boards.
Yes, sir.
Floor is yours, sir.
Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. Thank you for having me. This is to follow.
Sorry, I was going to get that door shut. So
No, sir.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to interrupt.
It's your show, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, sir. Floor is yours again.
So this is to follow up to the vote at the last meeting on the planning board appointment. As the board will recall, it was a tie vote 2-2, and the mayor cast the deciding vote. After the meeting, we were questioned as to whether it was appropriate for the mayor to vote, whether he had the right to vote under Rule 31 of your Rules of Procedure. The question was raised whether the town wanted a second legal opinion on that issue. And so we thought it would be good this evening for me to handle the presentation, since y'all have already heard from Jill, to give you that second opinion, if you will. And I'd like to take the board through the analysis for certainly the board members, but the members of the general public that might be interested. So with that introduction, Mayor, I'd be glad to keep on going.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So the general rule based on the general statutes is that the mayor has the right to break a tie. That's straight out of 160A. Well, then you have Rule 31 of your Rules of Procedure, and I'm going to get bogged down. Oh, there we go. In your rules, and this is Rule 31, we've highlighted the relevant portion. The mayor shall not have a right to vote on appointments that come before the board. So the obvious question is, how does that change the general rule, and how do you reconcile that particular sentence and that particular provision with the general rule that I just noted? We think, and thought after the meeting and continue to have the opinion that the vote was proper, and not only did the mayor have the right to vote, but under the town's charter had the duty to vote. This particular rule is directly contradictory to state statute, and it's directly contradictory to the town charter. So as a rule of interpretation, reconciliation of different authorities, you know, the statutes and the town charter are going to trump this contrary rule. So basically, at the end of the day, when you apply the statute and the charter and take into consideration this language, it is our opinion and my opinion that this particular sentence is just void. It's just inconsistent with other laws and therefore has no application. There is a rule of statutory construction that judges use that says if you have inconsistent statutes, you can read words and phrases into statutes to reconcile them. You can basically rewrite a statute, if you will, or adjust a statute. And the thought is, you know, every rule is out there for a reason. Every law is for a reason. So we want to try to give both of them some validity and some effect. You could arguably use that technique and read into this particular rule, you know, the general rule that the mayor votes only in the case of a tie. You know, that's for a judge to read into a rule. That's not really for us to read into a rule, but the simplest path to get to our opinion is this is just contradictory, again, to the statutes and to the charter, and therefore really doesn't have any application. I'm going to try to flip to the language that I'm talking about. This is Rule 7, which is actually consistent with the general statute. The mayor shall have the right to vote only when there is a tie. And then we have 160A-69. It's basically the same language, but shall have the right to vote only when there are equal numbers of votes in the affirmative and in the negative. And I will note both the rule and the statute give the mayor the right to vote, but don't place upon him the duty to vote as the commissioners have the duty. But then you look at our charter, and when there is an equal division on a question, the mayor shall resolve the deadlock by his or her vote. So, you know, in our opinion, based on that language, not only was the mayor entitled to vote, but the mayor has the affirmative duty to break a tie, much like the rest of the commissioners have an affirmative duty to vote unless excused based on a conflict of interest. So there are numerous rules of statutory construction and interpretation that you could apply to this situation and any other situation. The simplest is the law with higher precedence controls, and that would be the general statutes in our charter. So that's our opinion in a nutshell. You know, again, since the question of a second opinion was raised, we thought it would be good for the board to hear from me, and since I was going to be here anyway, we figured we'd just let me handle the meeting, so you got stuck with me instead of Jill tonight. So I'm glad to field any questions or wax more poetically on these rules, but I realize the hour is late. So, Mayor?
I'll start off with a very, I guess, simple question. Might not have a simple answer. What options does our board have regarding, what, if any, options does our board have regarding the vote last month? Are there options? Is that final? Second to that question is, what options, if any, does the board have now going forward? Does the state statute overrule? Does the board have the ability to make a motion to adopt changes in our town charter? Does it make a difference? I spoke to each commissioner individually after that vote and committed to them to have this conversation. So I'm going to sit back, shut up, and let the board ask questions and get those answers from you. But those are the questions that I would have is what options, if any, apply to the previous vote, and what options do they have going forward? I want that to be board decision.
Yes, sir. You want me to answer those questions now or wait for other questions?
Unless someone has something that I'd like for them to be answered, then you guys can talk it up all you want.
So the first question has a very easy answer. You can rely on Rule 16 in your rules of procedure and basically rescind/repeal the vote from the last meeting. That can be done by motion and majority vote tonight, and then you redo the vote. That's very expressly provided for under your rules. And of course, Commissioner Sawyer was not here last meeting, so presumably there would not be a tie that you would have to break, so we sidestepped this issue. The answer to your second question, and when we get to the next agenda item, we're going to talk more about the appointment and voting process. But this rule really needs to be reworked and updated and amended. The second part of the rule that deals with the planning board situation that we have coming up next on the agenda is just very difficult to understand. It's very difficult to figure out how to apply it, and it's contradictory in two instances, and it, envisions some type of process by which, each commissioner has multiple votes based on the number of seats that are available, and then the contradiction is whether, the highest vote getter wins or if it has to be by majority vote. You could interpret that provision several different ways, and to be honest, I've never seen that provision before, and I've never seen it applied. So depending on the way you interpret it and apply it, it'll dictate the outcome of three positions on this very important board. So I think moving forward, the board should really look at the rule first. And if it's the desire of, the board that the mayor not only not have a vote, but not have the tie vote on appointments, then we'd be in the world of looking at the charter also to fix that provision. There are, numerous ways we can amend the charter locally without going to the General Assembly, so that certainly is a possibility. But the first starting point going forward would be to revisit this particular Rule 31 and see if we can't get a consensus on how we want the process to work generally.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'll ask the board to weigh in. Also, we can start with whoever's got something to say.
I'm just curious, where do we stand with the swear? Is he sworn in yet, or what? Does this affect this too, or where are we at on that? Did he get sworn in, Sarah? So he's sworn in. Okay.
And if you, if I may, I'm sorry, if you redo the vote, if you rescind your prior action and you take the vote over again and there's a different result, I mean, his appointment is void. I mean, it relates back to the last meeting. I mean, you don't have to unswear him in. He's just no longer a planning board member.
Then the board would have the same if that were the case, if that were to happen, then the board would have the same roll call style appointment process. Is that correct or not?
Yes, sir. And blending into the next agenda item, that's the simplest voting mechanism, is you do it seat by seat, make your nominations, and then you vote on the nominations seat by seat. The other mechanism I think we could make work, but it's just really, awkward and unwieldy. But if you did seat by seat, as I think you're accustomed to doing, that's something we're all familiar with, and we could apply not only should the board revisit the vote from the last meeting, but the 3 open seats you're about to consider here in a few minutes.
Yeah, I would be open to redoing that round robin, keep voting till this number exceeds that other number. That made my head hurt trying to read it. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement on that front. As far as redoing the vote, I think I'd defer mostly to how you feel about it, Jason. I mean, you were the one that had heartache with it. I don't think we're gonna come out with a different result, but if it makes you feel better to redo it, then I would support that, or I could go either way on it.
Well, I would, not being funny, I would defer that decision back to the board. If there's a rescission of the vote, then that would be the board's. As presented in February, it was my understanding that I had not the right so much, but the duty to vote. So I voted. What you guys decide to do or not do with that vote is your decision only. So I'll keep my feelings part out of it because they don't matter.
I personally think the system was put to test, and whether the rules work, it was up to the mayor to make the decision. And I personally don't think we should challenge the way the system works. I mean, that's his job to step up and make the call. And if one of us isn't here, and I think it might set a precedence if we re-vote again for future things. I don't think we should do that.
Do we need a consensus or make a motion to?
Well, if the board wants the vote from the last meeting to stand, you just take no action. You don't have to, move to ratify it. You just don't make a motion to rescind and move on.
I say we just move on at this point. Fellow's been appointed. He's on. He's good.
Would it be smart for us to make a motion to rewrite Rule 31 to keep from having this happen in the future as far as confusion?
Yes, sir. I think so, not only on the mayor voting issue and what's the pleasure of the board, but this round robin methodology. I went through the iterations on how to apply that today, and there's at least 3 or 4 different ways you can do it. And it would require the board, before you start that process, to reconcile at least 2 direct conflicts in the language, the highest vote getter versus the majority vote getter, for instance. So I just don't think that methodology is workable in general. And the methodology that not only this board is used to, but most local boards are used to, is the way to go. But we could come back with some suggestions, and then, of course, the board can do with it whatever the board would like to do.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Would that potential path forward, would that come in the form of a motion from the board to task legal with getting them more information and then holding a special meeting outside of our monthly meeting? What would need to happen if the board wanted to make that happen?
Yes, sir. I think a motion directing your town attorneys to revise Rule 31 and bring it back to the board for further discussion would be how you would want to handle that.
Not trying to direct everybody, just trying to find a path forward.
Yep. So would that be a feasible thing to go ahead and put that in place?
Is it just 31, or is it was there a part of 16? I don't have them in front of me, but the one that has the round robin voting.
31's the round robin.
Oh, they're both in that same one?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Gotcha.
And 16 is the ability to rescind or repeal
Okay.
a prior action. But, these rules are supposed to be a tool for this board. They're supposed to help you. And when you have a provision that causes issues like the type we're talking about right now, that's a huge signal that we need to do something about it. Because we're spending a lot of y'all's time right now talking about, something that doesn't work when it's supposed to assist the board. So with the motion you're suggesting, we'll take it and bring it back to your staff and to the next meeting perhaps.
I just want to make sure that our board had options for a path forward. So I'll wait for the board for any type of motion or inaction.
I'd like to make a motion to have the town attorney go back and visit Rule 31.
I'm assuming to provide clarification and options on it.
Clarification.
Okay.
Simplification.
Yeah.
All right, motion's on the floor by Commissioner Sawyer. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion's carried. Thank you. All right, item 16, appointments, planning board. There are 3 seats up for reappointment. Terms of Chad McAvery, Ethan Parker, and Andrea Beasley are up for reappointment for 2-year terms that will expire March 2026. All 3 have expressed interest in serving another term. Once again, Mr. Grady, as the rule stands now, or as the procedure, I should say, stands now, do we go roll call vote for each of these 3 appointments individually? Or do we go motion to reappoint all 3? Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I think that's a board decision, and the board needs to make that decision. The 2 ways to do it would be what I call seat by seat. You have your nominations for the first seat, everybody votes. The methodology used at the last meeting, okay?
So a roll call down the line.
That's right, the roll call methodology. We could try to implement the round robin procedure. I don't know what we'll get. I have a way to do it. I will straight up tell you that you're not going to be able to do it in a way that doesn't contradict part of that rule as written. I mean, if you do it this way, you contradict this part of the rule. Well, if you do it to not contradict that part of the rule, you're going to contradict over here. So I think it's, the board needs to decide how to handle this vote.
I make a motion to do a roll call vote by each candidate.
All right, motion's on the floor by Commissioner, excuse me, Wooten. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion is carried. So first name on the list here, we'll go with Chad McAvery, and we'll start with a roll call vote. Commissioner Sanderson, I'll start with you.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
It's 5 yeses. Congratulations to Mr. McAvery. Next name on the list, Ethan Parker.
Yes.
Yes.
No. I would like to abstain due to a potential conflict, some work Parkers are doing for me. Is that possible?
Yeah, yes, sir. It sounds like a financial conflict of interest type of situation.
Business relationship.
Okay. You would need a motion and a vote to do that, but it does sound like that would be appropriate in this circumstance.
Can we, I'll ask for a motion to
I'll make a
allow
motion.
Commissioner to recuse himself from this vote.
I'll make a motion to excuse Commissioner Wooten from this vote.
All right, that motion's on the floor by Commissioner, excuse me, Taylor. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right, so we've got Commissioner Wooten is out of this vote. I'll ask you one more time just so I don't miss it. For Ethan Parker?
Parker, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 1. Congratulations, Mr. Parker, on a reappointment. Last name up, Andrea Beasley.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
5 yeses. Congratulations, Andrea Beasley, on reappointment. Thank you all very, very much. All right, item 17, amendment to fee schedule, tree permit. Commissioner Wooten, I'll give you the floor, sir.
All right, I hope to keep this quick. I didn't prepare anything, not realizing what we need to do here. What I would like to do is add to the fee schedule a separate line item if the tree is dead, that it's $0. You still have to get a permit. You just don't get charged to cut down a dead tree on your own property. So do I make a motion to add that to the fee schedule? Is there any discussion that anybody wants to have?
Just, who determines the tree's dead, the individual or the town?
I would leave it to I would leave it to the individual until, if we find out that folks are abusing it, we can have somebody go look at it, but. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I can address this, as Mr. Seaver, I believe, is left, but in every instance, when someone wants to remove a tree, move around. Just quiet.
They go look at it? Okay.
That's all.
That's
Say that
fine.
again.
Yep.
Okay, it's still on. So, yeah, as far as making that determination, we've had some situations where it's been called a dead tree. We go there, the thing is live. You know, that should be if we're going to make a site visit out there, if we find that it's actually alive before they tear it down, we need to come back and require
And
it.
that's a good answer. Could you do that? If it's alive, tell them it's $65. If you agree it's dead, it's nothing?
Yeah, I mean, if that's the pleasure of the board, but that's again, what we're running into is when we're receiving now with charging for the permit, they're saying it's a dead tree, and then we go out there and sometimes that tree is gone before we even get there. And there's definite evidence, but once it's cut down, it's a dead tree. So that's just a precautionary measure on that one.
Okay. Well, I think, oh, go ahead.
Well, I don't have a problem with if it's a dead tree, no charge for it. But I do have I can see where it can be taken advantage of and not determined by an individual that has no game in the play. I think staff needs to determine if the tree's dead or not. Yeah, I really think it should go that way.
That's fair.
Is there any possible way we could, instead of just, my tree's dead, okay, you don't have to pay $65. If someone has a dead tree, they're gonna wait for Chris to come out and inspect it, if they're not trying to pay $65. So how about we sell the permit for $65, and then I've got a dead tree at my house, I paid $65 for my permit, he comes out and tells me it's dead, he agrees with me it's dead, now I get my $65 back. Keeps me from cutting down a tree. Gives him time to come in, if he's got time to inspect it, I guess I could be.
Is that workable from a finance perspective? Do we want to have to keep track of who gave us $65 and who do we give it back to?
Usually,
I'm trying to come up with a $0 problem, not an expensive
I
administrative.
mean, that's an administrative, that would be an extra administrative step, either to refund their credit card, or if they paid by check, we'd have to work through that. So that would definitely be a thing to consider, and I don't know how often that would be, so. It would definitely be another step to do those refunds. I mean, we can do it, of course, but just one more step.
How many calls do you get with dead trees? People come, say they got a dead tree and want to cut down. Is that a big thing?
Yeah, we filled quite a few tree permits on a weekly basis. And a lot of them are dead, or labeled as dead. And now I will say some of those, once we make the site visit, it is verified, yes, that's a dead tree. But again, some were not. And we've actually declined tree removal permit for what they've considered a dead tree because it's not.
Right. When you go out, what determines a dead tree?
Well, the obvious things, there's no foliage. You got just, it looks sickly. It's leaning, now we do consider if it's leaning towards a house, a safety concern, and that is a need. That's, you can take a look at the site and the ones we've seen. there's obvious concerns on it falling on somebody's house. So we do make that judgment call. But yeah, for instance, there's one down there in Archer Creek I took a look at. One, it's cut, one of the trees is just fallen off, but you can see it's dead on the bottom. You go over there to his other side and it's just got no foliage, limbs look sickly, and it just visibly looks like it's dead. I'm not an arborist, I can't truly make that determination, but
Right.
just on visual
I guess
representation.
what I'm at, would you be able to tell from a picture?
I'm sorry?
Would you be able to tell from a picture? If I went and took 5 pictures of a dead tree, came in and was like, look, man, this tree's dead, do you think you'd be able to make that judgment or not?
No, typically, we prefer on-site visits, and we take our own photographs, and we log it into our permitting system.
Well, maybe that's it. You only get a chance to buy a $0 permit if the tree's still standing and you come look at it and you say it's dead, then you don't charge them. Otherwise, they gotta pay the $65.
I was thinking maybe they get a letter from a certified arborist or landscape contractor, just something, but then they could be doing it to make the money or anybody, so. And if a tree is so obviously dead, it's a waste of that person's time, that, they're gonna pay that arborist to come out and do it. In Pine Knoll Shores, they use the Community Appearance Commission volunteers. It's a volunteer committee, and that's what we did there for 10 years. People would fill out a tree removal application form. 1 or 2 members of the committee would go out of time and look at these trees throughout town, and the ribbons would be tied around the trees they wanted to remove. They would either say approve or not approve. If they didn't approve a live tree, then as the code enforcement officer, I had to go look at it. And if I had a question about it, then I would call in an arborist or at the expense of the property owner or somebody qualified, landscape contractor, horticulturalist, somebody. But otherwise, the volunteer method just worked great, and it didn't cost anything. The volunteers enjoyed going out and looking. If we could have something like that, especially for the dead trees, it would just. It's just an idea, but it worked in Pine Knoll Shores. I don't know if they're still doing that or not. They still have that, what they call the Community Appearance Commission or the Pretty Committee.
Well, we can always come back and visit it if it gets abused.
Chris, do you charge if a tree's gonna fall in a house? That's not a charge for that, is it? Or is there a charge for that? Because there is a charge, so.
Yeah, we charge, any tree removal permit, there is a charge.
Okay.
Now granted, if it's multiple trees and there's justification, we don't charge 65 per tree. We let them group it together. But
Right.
yes, we do still charge for that permit.
I see.
What do you have,
Councilor
Alicia?
Grady, what liability does the town assume when we give a volunteer the authority to do actions like this?
The short answer is anytime the town does anything, there's potential liability. Under your typical liability insurance policy issued by the league, volunteers are covered. You've got employees, volunteer board members, and things like that. So if there was liability, I think you would have insurance coverage over it typically. Whether it's a good idea to have volunteers doing this, it sounds like it works in Pine Knoll Shores, so it may very well be a possibility, but, maybe instead of a 0 permit, you look at it, and say the, planning director can waive the fee if it, in his discretion, is a dead tree or a tree that poses a health and safety risk. I mean, that might be a way to do it, particularly if are you going out there and looking before you issue each permit?
Yes, sir.
So he's going to be out there, maybe give him the authority to waive it in those instances. I think that would be a possible solution.
Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds like a good workaround.
I like that idea, actually. Especially with the health. If there's a tree we get these heavy winds here, and if one, all of a sudden, in all the wetness, all of a sudden a tree that was safe is now leaning towards your house, is a big enough expense to have a tree cut down, let alone us charging. And if you think it's a threat to a person's house or car or whatever, then I think you should be able to waive that 100%. If you determine it is a threat leaning toward their house or something. I think you should have that ability, in my opinion.
How about this? I would like to make a motion to ask the planning director and other staff as appropriate to take a look at what would need to be changed in the current permitting process to give the planning director exactly that discretion to be able to waive the fee in the case of a dead tree or a hazardous tree. And then if we need to vote on it again, we can do it next month. It'd be good to keep metrics on that, figure out how many trees in a month turn up to be dead and you do waive it versus you don't waive it, and find out if we really are. I like the idea that we're cleaning out dead trees. I think it makes a lot of sense. I know live trees are the best thing in the world, looking at Carol there. But I think it makes a lot of sense to clean out dead trees, especially in advance of the storm season coming up. Is that a clear enough motion that ask you to figure out what we need to change about the permit
Commissioner
regulation?
Wooten, we've already done that. So
Okay.
legal and planning has already done that work for you. There's 184 trees in the last 12 months that have been taken out. And I can tell you, having inspected a majority of those at great periods of time, that it's in excess of 50% may have either a threat or be dead. So what we're inadvertently talking about is potentially 100 permits a year, plus or minus. But what you have is the ability to do that is a change in the current, and I'm looking at Jill, what was your recommendation? Was a change in the current fee structure, not necessarily in the UDO?
Well, that's right, but that was a different issue. It was just about the actual fee. We were looking at what fee applied to the removal of a dead tree. That is not in the UDO. You may very well need to have a text note to the UDO to give the planning director that authority to make discretionary waiver of the fees involved. You don't need to amend the UDO to insert a zero for trees, which are safety, or the zero fee on the fee schedule for dead trees or safety risk trees.
There's your answer.
That would be the easiest fix without doing a text.
Just it today.
I like easy.
Okay, so where does that leave us on the trees, on the permit fee?
Make a motion to do it.
Is that a motion to add the zero fee to the fee schedule to allow for hazardous or dead trees? And clarifying that it's the planning director's discretion?
Would be implicit.
That's that motion, I just.
All right, motion's on the floor by Commissioner Wooten. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, comments from town clerk. Sarah, got anything for us? AW?
Oh, I've talked enough tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, though.
Mr. Zapp?
Yes, I'm so sorry. There was a series of questions raised tonight, and I have the answers to many of them, and I would like to share that with the public tonight. Emerald Isle has mapped its entire stormwater system, and we did that following my arrival in 2019, and that was the first digitized map of the stormwater system, and we did that in-house. 100% of the storm lines, specifically those lines identified tonight at Sand Castle, including that open ditch at Mr. Walter's house, has been cleaned and adjusted on more than one occasion. We are set and scheduled to do that again in 2024. The original estimate was, if I don't recall correctly, Laura will keep me honest, was approximately $63,000 without an outside vendor. We negotiated and worked with our neighboring communities to utilize their service vehicle. We're working on that again with the town of Newport, and last time it was only $10,000. So it was a net savings of Emerald Isle of $53,000 to do that work immediately following the events of 2018 and 2019. We are installing LP generators at all permanent pumps. That was the first initiative that I identified upon my arrival in early June of 2019. It has taken us the almost now 5-year period to identify those generators, bid those generators, secure the funding of nearly $500,000 from FEMA, and specifically that's identified a generator for the current Emerald Isle Parks and Recreations building on Leisure Lane. Reason being is the generator there did not supply power to the entire structure. Now this new generator, which has the KW capacity to do so, was approximately $92,000. All the large-scale generators have a 46-week lead time, so those generators will not be installed in 2024. We're hopeful, with fingers crossed, that they would arrive before the end or conclusion of the year. We are going to rebid all the generators at the existing pump station situation because when we went out for the initial bid, the bids were open and the lowest bidder did not account for all the allocations within the bid process. To be compliant with FEMA so that we don't get in trouble and have to have a clawback provision, we are working on that. Started that process yesterday, today, and working through that tomorrow with Ms. Rochford. As soon as we get those released, it'll be a 3-week time to 4-week time frame. Then we'll reopen those bids, requesting all of those generators to be a standardized unit at 30 kW with the ability to have leftover and backup parts on standby so that if you standardize the pump systems, it will help move all that water, which is all the pumps that we've identified on Coast Guard Road. The importance of that is the resident from Cape Emerald indicated there had been changes post-2019. That is actually not true. There's been no changes to that pump system. That is a legacy situation that's been in position for nearly 15 or so years. Those pumps do pump water to the Emerald Isle Woods location. We are working with Lands End Subdivision where we have identified, designed, secured an easement from Lands End that, if I recall, was January 26th or 27th was turned into us for that Lands End project. That would divert pumping of 272 million gallons of water per year from the 300 households within Lands End to Emerald Isle Woods, which would, as she indicated, defease and positively improve the situation for the water that moves through Cape Emerald. We had made excessive repairs within Cape Emerald, cleaning and identified, and she's indicated we were out in her backyard helping to clean up. We put multiple mobile pumps in each and every time that there's a rain event in excess of 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 inches of water within Cape Emerald. The key to unlocking that situation is to encourage our friends and neighbors inside of Lands End to utilize the pond system. I believe there's 11 ponds inside Lands End. If they could pump their water from their ponds to irrigate, we calculated it would help them defease between 6 and 12 million gallons per year of fresh water that they're currently using inside of Lands End to irrigate. We had residents come in that were using between 50 and 55,000 gallons of water per month, and it was a 2-person household. And the EPA regulations indicate 3,800 to 4,200 is the average amount of water a 2-person household should be using. In theory, they were pumping closer to 48 to 50,000 gallons per month, and their water bill went from around $130 to $845. We had that conversation direct, consider them friends and family. We have worked with them to drive that cost down. Reed Drive, to Ms. Pam's points, she has been tremendous. I've worked with Pam since the second that I got here. She did help us secure all the signatures on what we refer to as the East Reed Drive problem. That project was initially identified, ranked as our #1 concern. It was Reed Drive, Cedar Street, and the Lee Avenue Culvert Project. We wrote the narrative, secured $535,000 to get that job done. We executed the Lee Avenue Culvert replacement in the summer of 2023. We all are aware we had some hiccups there, but the project was a remove and replace on Lee. We have a meeting with Coastal Fed on Thursday. It was scheduled last week. They had to delay it because they were going to Zoom the meeting in. We said that they needed to be on site to determine water quality. We have met with CAMA on Lee Avenue on multiple occasions, and we have invited Ms. Kara to be a part of that conversation again on Thursday. So if you'd like to attend, I believe our meeting is Thursday, either at 10 or 11 a.m. We'll verify that schedule. That project for Reed Drive back to Reed, it came in 5 times, if I'm not mistaken, over cost. What we had to do was then take that project, try to perform the project in-house. Emerald Isle Public Works Department has identified all the materials, ordered the materials, they were delivered here. Unfortunately, Public Works Department was comprised of at least 9 exceptional human beings, has been running at 7 or 8 because we've had some people out, some illnesses. We had a medical ailment that put somebody out for greater than 6 months. We've had a series of problems there. And then Artie Dunn decided that 32 years was sufficient. He chose to retire. We disagreed. But we have worked through that conversation at East Reed Drive. The problem is, to save upwards of $100,000, our Public Works staff has been pulled off of that project, sent to Emerald Isle Woods to replace all 3 bridges. We used a local engineer to help identify those materials. They have resurfaced the first bridge. They are 90% through the second bridge, and that delta in savings would be between $90,000 and $100,000. In turn, those funds could theoretically be reallocated to something in the park system to meet one of your requirements and goals that you established on January 2024 in our goals process. We are overwhelmed with a little bit of work. We have 23 active projects. If you're not aware of what those projects are, Greg Hayes in our media room saved us a defeasance of $30,000 by developing a front-facing public communication tool. When you go to our website, click on the widget at the very top that says active projects. You'll be able to see the project narrative, who wrote the grant, how it was funded, which staff member is in charge, which contractor has either received the job or its status of estimated completion. We're working very hard to communicate that information out, so I'll make sure I follow up with an email to Pam and all our residents in the Reed Drive area that they can monitor their progress by following those links and locations on the website. Again, the generator for the community center is rated $90,000. That has been bid, awarded, and ordered. That again is on a 46-week lead time. And the reason that that's important to have full generation backup capability in the event that there's an emergency operations centers kick in on a FEMA narrative incident, that is where we, the community, will be feeding people from. So we identified that as a top tier need and interest. The Lands End infiltration project is estimated at $850,000. We wrote that narrative. We are working with Summit Engineering. Again, we have the easement in place, but we have to get permission from CAMA, and we're awaiting the CAMA permit to move forward. One more time, that's such a big figure if you're writing it down. It's an opportunity to defease 272 million gallons of water per year on average, and that comes from the volunteer pumping team that works with Inside Lands End, that we are like peas and butter. Those folks do a tremendous job. They spent over $65,000 updating their internal system inside of Lands End. For those of you that surround or live by those folks, they've done a great job of improving their infrastructure. It was indicated tonight a couple of items, and I just want to clear it up. I'm not being confrontational. We maintain 45 miles of secondary roads in Emerald Isle. That's a 2-lane traffic pattern. Our Public Works team maintains those. Out of those 45 miles of lane roads, we generate approximately $160,000 a year in Powell bill funds that are reinvested back into asphalt. That doesn't even complete up to 2 miles of asphalt now per year. So you can do the math that your roads aren't going to last 30 seasons. They're just not. So the gas tax is definitely in an unfunded situation to maintain the amount of roads that we do have, unfortunately. But what we did this year was we compounded our FEMA projects on Old Ferry, Cedar, and Bogue Inlet to increase our paving to nearly $500,000, leveraging our $160,000 that we had. One other item that's extremely important is we talked about vehicles. We had 61 vehicles in our inventory. We sold another one that was picked up today by Enterprise. It is a 2020 F-150 that was utilized by the EMS department when those two departments were separated. We knew when we joined the departments, we did have a savings of north of $250,000, actually closer to $300,000 a year to put the second ambulance on. But as we pared down those departments, we went from 18 firefighters and 8 people in EMS, combined those to be 26. There was one extra person, which was 27, and we were awaiting a retirement, which is scheduled to occur this month. So with that retirement, that individual's vehicle went back to market. We paid $70.57 per month to own that vehicle for 4 years. $70.57 for a brand new vehicle that was a first responder EMS vehicle. To me, that deserves applause. What we did in that particular case saved lives in 48 months, provided a rescue response time of 5 minutes and 40 seconds for $70.57 a month. I'm thankful for that. That equation may not ever occur again in our careers, But due to the fact we purchased those vehicles under price from the market, we were able to lease them, have zero maintenance, which saves us about $80,000 a year. The total cost of ownership on that fire department vehicle was $70 a month. The last thing I want to share with you is I have a medical family emergency, and I will be submitting to the mayor an opportunity for FMO leave. I'm not sure how long I'll need, but I wanted to let you know that publicly. I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you, sir. All right, comments from the commissioners. We'll start with Commissioner Sanderson.
Yes, I'd like to thank staff for all their hard work. Commendations to Parks and Recreation, Police, Fire, EMS, everyone else involved with the St. Patrick's Festival this weekend. I hope it's a great event, and I hope all of you will go out and support all of your local businesses and the vendors within the festival. Town Manager Zapp, you're in my prayers. And thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Sawyer.
Just like to thank all the staff for the great job you do. Thank everybody for the information tonight. I learned a lot. So,
Mr. Brown.
I think there was a common thread running from the audience tonight, and I know that's just a sample of the total population of the year-round residents of the town. But that is something, when I was campaigning, I heard that common theme loudly also, is that, the clearing of vegetation and enforcement, something I think we should visit and look at and see, again, is that a symptom, or is that what's the root problem? So just based on what I was hearing tonight and what I've been hearing and kind of what I've been seeing also. So like to just, we'll be looking at that probably in the near future. And also the concern about Emerald Isle becoming a rental community versus a family beach. That's something else I heard, and I'm looking into something now, and checking with some other municipalities and seeing how they handle their tourism management as well as short-term rental management. So might be seeing something of that in the near future also.
Thanks, sir. Commissioner Wooten.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank the town staff for a tremendous effort pulling all this stuff together and everything you do every day. I'm looking forward to the St. Patty's Day Festival also. And thank you to the hardy public who stuck it out all the way to the end of this one. There should be t-shirts. And Matt, I hope everything's okay with your family. I don't know what's going on, but my prayers are with you. Take care of what's important first, and that's all I've got.
Thanks, sir. Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, thanks. Longest meeting ever. We broke the record here. That's 6 years. I've never been in one this long. Crazy. Matt, in my prayers, you and your family very much so. Me and Commissioner Brownlow over there went to a really good meeting about native plants. And as most of you know, I pushed really hard for the daffodils a while back and pushed them several years. And if the native plant people can pull it off with this board's permission, there's a couple flowers they were talking about going with this type of native plant that blooms all summer long. And instead of doing the tulips that we approved in the board, maybe switch over to these native plants. But I don't want if they can't get the amount of plants to happen, then we need to stay with the tulips. But if they can pull it off and get these plants that we need, I would like to get the board support to give the opportunity for the native plants that bloom to bring the color up. And staff and audience, thank you for coming out. Thanks for speaking up. It's always educational for me to see it, and for our attorneys and for our other staff. Thank you very much. That's all I got.
Real quickly, the beach driving thing. If we wanted to extend, say, beach driving for 2 weeks, limited to, because due to the beach closure and to allow fishermen and beachgoers time to recreate using the beach, their pass, that would probably take a board action.
I think you're talking about from Doe Drive to the point what's
Like
been
extending the
closed.
season for 2 weeks from, like say the Point Emerald condos to the backside of the point. Would that take a board action, or is that?
Yes, sir, it would take a board action since you identify and set the start and end date, and we have that record. Yep.
Is that something, do we need to advertise for that before we take an action on that, or?
Is it in an ordinance? How do we regulate it?
It's on the website, I don't know its origin, I'll have to pull the data.
It is an ordinance?
It is.
Yeah.
It's printed on my sticker, too.
This just be like a one-time deal because of the
Yeah.
beach closure.
It's not in the only time you would have to have a public hearing is if it was in the UDO. Doesn't sound like it's in the UDO. If it's a one-time thing, when you take action, you would need to specify that this, expires at the end of the year, whenever you want it to expire, or you would have to reconvene next year this time and undo it. So you just have to choose the motion wording carefully.
I'm not sure when the season ends, but it would.
April 30th.
April 30th, so what, May 15th or whatever that?
I was thinking about when the turtle nesting season starts, because I know that they try to cut off driving before the turtles.
Do you know that date?
I don't know when that starts, I don't, but I think it's May, I thought, but.
I should know that
I have a couple
date.
comments on that. I am a huge proponent of beach driving. When I ran for this office, I said I wouldn't change anything. And that stands with extending the season too, because I think that opens a door for all the anti-beach driving people to add fodder to a fire that we really don't want to fight.
That's a good.
That's a fair point.
So it sounds like the consensus is just kind of scratch that.
Taking no
I
action.
like the idea, but Alicia makes a really good point.
Yeah, we did, you gotta get it.
It comes up every 5 years.
It does, and when you close the entire east end for much longer than the point has been closed, and we didn't consider this, there's a disclaimer on the application that states.
Yep.
No refunds.
Yeah, okay.
That's
Okay,
good.
so we're taking no action regarding beach driving, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Did I miss anybody? Comments? All right. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you all. Matt, prayers with you and your family. Anything in the world you need, you let us know and we'll make it happen for you. So our family first. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor? Aye.